This part, you ain't gotta say a word. Just walk that, let's get burned. It will roll up 100 bucket nuts. All up in my mouth, now all up in yo. This nigga got pounds of it, all up in his truck. Now we both look Asian. He waving and I'm drunk. I got dank shit in my cup. You know what I'ma do to you? I could give reviews to you. Flow, we X, and we sipping on that juice. That's just what she choose to do.
Where do you live?
There are times when I look above and beyond. There are times when I feel your love around me, baby. I'll never forget my baby. When I feel that I don't belong, draw my strength from the words when you said, hey, it's about you, baby. Look deeper inside you, baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again, 'cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. Time for share again. Makes me wanna dance. Say it loud and proud. All my love's for you. Always been a true angel to me. Now above, I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, baby. Wrap them around me, baby. Sometimes hear whispering on my pain. No worries, will you ever see my baby? I'm so happy for my baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again, 'cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. I'm better. Can't even pretend like I don't want it again. On the brain all the time. Thinking about the things that we did. You did something. Shit like this don't happen too often. It's the way you put it down. I know when no one else around. Got me taking a step on the wild side. Cutting all ties with them other guys. When you look in my eyes, loving me nice and slow. You made me wanna go to the blue, just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you let me with. You made me wanna go to the blue, just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you let me with. You made me wanna
Anything happens between us, be sure you turn those down before I pull out the car. The only thing that's coming beside me at the situation is you waiting to get some more. I told you I'ma take your place. I seen it in your face, and I knew that you would say it. So how you wanna play this? Yeah, you got somebody I've been in this predicament. Don't trip, creep the street. That's just what we dealing with.
at 5 in the morning. I wake up to 5 for my earnings. The fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. I try to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I try to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind, my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. My yeah, I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Send me a love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, he cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind, it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. I really need more now. I need to free my now. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free my now. I really need time now. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah. So set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind.
Drop top Porsche, rollie on my wrist, diamonds up and down my chain. Cardi B straight stunning, can't tell me that the bossed up and not changed again. It's my big bronze boogie, got all them girls shook. My big fat ass got all them boys cooked. Some dollar bills, now we popping rubber bands. Bruno sang to me while I do my money dance like, yeah. Flexing on the gram like, yeah. Hit the little John, okay. Oh yeah, we dripping and investigate.
Ooh, don't we look good together? There's a reason why they watch all night long. Yeah, I know we'll turn heads forever. So tonight I'm gonna show you off. But when I'm walking with you, I watch the whole room change. Baby, that's what you do. No, my baby don't play. Blame it on my confidence. I'm blaming on your measurements. Shut the shit down on sight. That's right. Baby, I can jump in it. It don't make no sense. I can jump in it. You know it, I can jump in it. It don't make no sense. I can jump in it. Now slow it down for me, baby. 'Cause I love the way it feels when we grind. Yeah. Our connection's so magnetic on the floor. Nothing can stop us tonight. I'm walking with you. I watch the whole world change. Baby, that's what you do. No, my baby don't play. Blame it on my confidence. I'm blaming on your measurements. Shut the shit down on sight. That's right. Baby, I can jump in it. It don't make no sense. I can jump in it. You know it, I can jump
Good morning. Good morning, people. How y'all doing? Good morning, Miss Lynn. Good morning, Amazing. Good morning, Miss Carla. Good morning, Cupid Cute. I think that's it. Typing in the chat. I think. Oh, hey, Tequila. Good morning. Let me see how far I can go up, y'all. Oh, my goodness. All right, y'all, come on in. Happy Saturday. Thank you, Miss Lynn. Same to you. I asked you that yesterday, Cuba Cute, because I guess I know somebody that's around yonder in your neck of the woods, and according to him, it was some storms or something coming. I don't know, rainstorm. I don't know. That's why I was asking you that yesterday. Rainy day. Look, I like rainy days to be honest. Only if I have to stay in though. I don't. Well, nah. I'm gonna say I don't care. Even if I have to be out, I just like rainy days. Period. But girl, let the rain relax you, honey. That's what I do. I let the rain relax me. Hopefully, you get to stay in today. It was sunny and blue skies yesterday. Yeah. Did it start like 4 day in the morning? The rain. Did it start like early in the morning? Um. Yeah. Just let the rain relax you, girl. Do you get to stay in today, or do you have to get out? Cause I know on the weekends, baby, you be out. Yeah. If you don't have to go out, just stay in and relax, relate and release. That's what I say. That's how I look at it. Y'all come on in. We're gonna get started with these updates, honey, because there's a lot going on, and we have been in golf late last night, and yes, I had to get out. Oh wow. Well, you be careful. You be careful out there, then. Uh, yeah. Um, we got a lot of updates, y'all. We got a lot going on with these other cases that we're following. Um, and we've been engulfing the whole reading of the motion. I'm just still. I don't know about y'all, but I'm still kind of. Hold on, y'all. I hear TV. Y'all know I don't hear the TVs until I go live, and I want silence. I'll be right back. I'm back, y'all. The rain's supposed to stop around 1, or I'll get out there. Oh, okay. Okay, I feel you. Yeah, I don't understand my Leah. Well, yes, I do. I'm gonna be honest. Yes, I do. My Leah be in her room, and she have her headphones on, but she had a TV on, and the TV be extra loud. Like she don't even be listening to it. She just don't. She don't be listening to it. I went in there. She turned the other way on her bed. She's not even looking at it. But she got the TV on. It's got hot, and then she got her iPad and her earphones on. But I can't say I don't because I be having devices on and stuff. I can't say I don't get it. I don't. Sometimes I be watching 3 devices at one time. I ain't gonna bother. I just went in there and cut the TV down. That's all. I ain't say nothing. I ain't say nothing. I just went in there. She looked at me. I looked at her. I cut the TV down, and she turned back around, and I walked out. I ain't say nothing. I ain't say a word. No, I didn't. Keep it cute. I'm like, you got this TV sky high. You not even listening or watching. Like, really? Okay, then. Anywho, we're gonna get into these updates, y'all. I'm gonna put this up while I'm thinking about it because, baby, let me tell you something. With both of these cases that we're gonna cover today, it's absolute trigger warning needed, honey. Because y'all, I be going through my little spells. I be going through my little spells of where I be like, why is this happening? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? God, I know you're a good God. I know you this, that, and the third. But baby, let me tell you something. When you go through certain things, yes, keep it cute. When you go through certain things, as we get older, we go through things and stuff, and we be, you know, we just be wondering like why. You know what I'm saying? Like why this gotta happen? Why that gotta happen? I know I've been struggling with that for some years now, and I try not to let it take over my spirit. You know what I'm saying? I try not to let it get me to the point to where I'm just asking questions that I know I probably won't get an answer to. Um, so I try not to let it take over like that, but I still be sometimes I be backsliding, y'all. I really do. And I be thinking like I don't understand. I don't get it. But and then too, especially like when the innocence the innocent people such as JaVale are the ones that's the good people who we see as good people from what we know. It's like Nolan, the way people are describing him. You be like, why the good ones? Like, why the innocent ones? Why the babies? You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, I it's a purpose. You got to remember it's a purpose and a reason for everything. But my God, like it's hard to understand. But anyway, um, we're gonna start with these updates, and I think my updates as far as um, y'all know how I do, right? So I go back and I get all the updates that we need to get updated with, and to go back a couple of days, and it goes in chronological order, right? And so it starts back a couple of days ago, and then as we listen, it'll become current. Yeah, Miss Leah, thank you. hmm Yeah, my mama be quoting it to me all the time because I be talking to her about, you know, how I be feeling about stuff and how I don't be understanding. I saw that Tyler Perry is supposed to be covering the funeral, and Colin Kaepernick, Kaepernick, or whatever his name is, he's supposed to be. God, what did I read? Paying. Oh, he's supposed to be paying for the independent autopsy. So yeah, I heard that Tyler Perry is supposed to be paying for the funeral, and Colin Kaepernick is supposed to be paying for the independent autopsy. Yeah, I did see that, Miss Carl. hmm I think that's a blessing. Yeah, I think a lot more of these African American, people should be stepping up that can. You know what I mean? Everybody can't do what a Tyler Perry can do or what a Colin Kaepernick could do. They wish they could, but they can't. So when you see the ones that actually could stand up and do, help, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Um, and I'm sniffling, y'all, not because I'm crying, because my sinuses want to act up. But yeah, so we're gonna get into these updates. We're gonna follow this timeline I got here in this playlist, and we're gonna talk about it. If anybody have any questions, put them in the chat. I try my best to answer. Y'all, please make sure you double tap the screen, like the live stream. If you feel it in your spirit and you like the content, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. If you in here and you enjoy the content and you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so when I go live again, you will be notified. Okay. So let's get into it. We're gonna cover Nevaeh first. We're gonna cover I keep saying Nevaeh. It's JaVale. We're going to cover the updates on the JaVale Harris case first, okay? And so let's get into it. Shout out to my moderators. I appreciate y'all so much. Hold on. Pulled it up. I'm just talking or listening. I ain't even pulled it up. Hold on. All right, y'all. Just keep in mind and listening to this clip. This clip is a couple of days old, so y'all know there have been some development since in the last couple of days. So just know that I'm playing this for a reason. And it's not old, but it has been development since this clip, and I'm just leading up to where we are today. Okay.
And for the first time, we are hearing from a close friend of Javea Harris's paternal grandmother, that grandmother who is the mother of Javea's father, Jamar Harris, now in custody of the newborn baby. And she shares with Michela Hearing. Today, Billie Jean Shaw at our sister station in Columbia sat down exclusively with Justin Singletary, who grew up in the small town of Great Falls, where Javea's parents are from, and says it's been difficult watching the investigation unfold. He says he has been in daily contact with Javea's grandmother, trying to keep her spirits lifted. Singletary says she's trying to cope with unimaginable loss and says the family is still searching for answers and leaning on the community support.
A sad situation, knowing definitely the grandma, she's a sweet person, always, love on people, wave at you when she sees you, and to kind of know, that she's going through this is pretty sad and it's hard, and we just wish we could make it better for her.
The Singletary also telling WIS, Javea's grandmother is asking for community support as she is raising the baby girl. Michela Herring gave birth to the same day investigators say she falsely reported Javea missing. They are hosting a donation drive that is happening this Saturday from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. at Divine Oasis Salon and Spa on Two Notch Road in Columbia.
The story just get more and more brutal as the pages keep turning here. But he said that, they're going to still look into leads, any potential evidence that may come their way.
There's still a long way to go.
All right, y'all. This is where the clips get into the fact that they found some remains and eventually confirmed that they were some of the remains, not all, of Javea. Let's keep listening, y'all. Y'all make sure to put any questions in the chat, and I'll try to answer them. We're going to keep listening. Y'all make sure y'all double tap the screen to like the live stream. I appreciate it.
In this investigation, it's not close to over, but at least this gives us some answers as to what happened and how it happened too. But like you said, Nick, as us being in the news, we all like to talk, and all of us are speechless at this point. Just complete and utter shock, and there's not much else to say about it.
One thing as we were listening to that, I know the sheriff took a couple questions. It was a little bit hard to hear what those questions were. We just kind of got bits and pieces and got some of his answers. Could you guys kind of recap what people asked him afterwards and what other information we were able to get there?
Yeah, one question was asked. Someone had asked if there were any prior incidents of abuse that happened to Javea that led up to this that they're aware of. And he said he won't answer that question, but he says he does know the answer to that, but they can't tell us because of the investigation. Another one was about what led them to Fairfield County to find the rest of Javea's remains that were dumped out into the.
Now, this video was kind of just a little bit out of order because it happened probably, I guess, around the same time in the same day. But coming up, y'all, after this, let me see. After this right here, what they're speaking about is a press conference that was put on by the sheriff's department. And the video after this is going to cover that press conference. So just bear with me. This video is, in fact, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and let this one play. And then the next video is going to be the actual press conference where they talk about finding Javea's remains. Okay?
Reservoir, he said he can't. He said his investigation led them to that point, and then another one was about obviously them wearing pink ties too.
Yeah, and for those of you who may be just joining us, I know some people are still asking what's going on. I wrote down some notes, but if you guys want to fill in the gaps where I sort of leave off because I didn't write down everything, it got to a point where I just had to stop and listen. The sheriff started off by saying this has been a heart-wrenching investigation. Thank people for the outpouring of support. He says he has some harsh words he'd like to use for Jamaria and Michela. He said he will not refer to them as parents, mom and dad, mother, father, because they don't deserve that title. He says they found Javea's, or what they found remains, I should say, in Cedar Creek Reservoir in Fairfield County. They sent those remains to SLED, and the DNA revealed that they were a match with biological offspring of Michela and Jamaria, which would be Javea. He says then they used corrosive chemicals and tools to destroy Javea's body. and then poured the remains into the reservoir. And that's what I wrote down before I had to just kind of stop and listen. So if you guys want to pick me up there and finish out what the sheriff said.
You want to go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, after that, Nick, there's not much to add on to that except just repeating what Sheriff Sawyer said about how this is one of the most horrific cases that he's ever worked in. His 30-plus year in law enforcement, it's been hard, as you can imagine, on the Aiken County Sheriff's Office, the dozens of law enforcement agencies who showed up to help them search for Javea when they thought she was in the area alive. I mean, some strong words coming out of the sheriff today, and I want to repeat the quote that you said earlier whenever we got out here, that Sheriff Sawyer said he has some harsh words he would like to say about the two parents, but he said he's not going to, but he said that he is not going to refer to them as mom and dad because he said, quote, that they did not deserve those titles. And that's how he started this news conference, Nick, as you were listening. So I think I just set us off to just knowing that. Yeah,
I'll fill in the gaps here a little bit. I want to say thank you personally for someone who lives in Aiken County as a resident here. I want to say thank you to all the law enforcement officials, DNR, SLED, the FBI out of Columbia, everyone that had a piece of this investigation. We say thank you. And I know a lot of people in this community feel the very same way. I mean, you saw the people who were behind the podium there and all the work that went into finding out what happened to Javea, getting the parents to confess that's what the warrant said, and putting all the pieces together, and also tracking down where she was last, or where her remains were actually dumped. So just thank you from everyone in this community to all the law enforcement officials and everyone who had a piece in this investigation. I don't know where we would be without a lot of them. And it's just incredible work that they've done to give us some kind of answer as to what happened to Javea and hopefully get justice moving forward.
The hours and the manpower. I mean, when I got out to Bethel Baptist Church, which was their staging area, I got out there at around 11 o'clock Tuesday night, the night that 911 call came in. And even that night, I saw just different agencies from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office, of course, and I saw Beach Island coming in and other volunteer departments. And as the hours went by, you saw more and more people showing up. And then whenever I got back out there Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock, the parking lot was full. They had the drones up in the sky. They had the helicopters. So they were determined to find Javea. They put in, like I said, so many hours and manpower to try and find this little girl. I mean, after listening to that 911 call and hearing the description that Michelle gave to dispatchers describing what Javea was wearing, she was very detailed to say that she was wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, the Crocs, the pink beads in her braided hair. I mean, just going through so many details to tell law enforcement that, and they took that and they ran with it, like I said, with the immense response. Yeah, and I mean,
and Sheriff Will Montgomery in the Fairfield County Sheriff's Office.
Hold on,
DNR divers spent hours and hours and hours searching. Finally, I want to again.
All right, let me go back to the beginning of this.
We are talking about the case of 4-year-old Javea Harris. We are now about 25 minutes away from hearing from Aiken County Sheriff Marty Sawyer, who has an update on this case. This has been going on since last Tuesday night when Javea was first reported missing. We've got two people who have been covering it since that time, Will Rio and Sydney Hood. Sydney, I want to start with you. You've been covering this since that first night, Tuesday, more than a week ago now. Bring us up to speed with where we are now and really hit on what you saw yesterday when you were out at the house and covering the story again.
Really just a lot more questions than answers from the community here. I spent all day at the memorial that is growing by the days in front of the house Javea lived at here in Aiken. And to see the amount of people coming out to leave stuffed animals, flowers, candles, balloons for Javea, it's been really moving to witness that, to watch how a group of strangers have come together to greet this little girl who she didn't know any of them, but they all certainly know her. Now you say Javea Harris's name and immediately people have her picture in their heads. They know who you're talking about. They know that little girl at this point. And a lot of people in this community have basically said that she's an adopted member of this community. They've adopted her as one of their own. They look at her as one of their own. I spoke to many parents and grandparents who say that all they want to do is just hug her tight and treat her as if they were her own. So I think that just goes to show you the amount of love and support people are giving to her right now, and to the investigators who are still searching for her, who have never stopped searching for her since that night she was reported missing, and then especially on Saturday after Sheriff Marty Sawyer said that they believe she's to be deceased, but that does not stop their search for Javea. And Will, you and I were talking on the way up here about how that memorial has grown, how it's been moving to witness that. You were at the vigil that was held at the alley on Sunday. I just kind of want to get your perspective on all of this and kind of what you've witnessed in the time you've been out here as well.
Yeah, the vigil that I attended on Sunday was one of the first in the community. It was incredible to see hundreds of people show up for someone that they've never met or never knew before all of this happened to. And so many people stood up in front of everyone and shared how this was hurting them and how this has impacted them, what they want to see change moving forward too. And again, just how many people showed up for someone that they just had never met. And this story has touched so many people in our community. But back here at the sheriff's office, this we can assume is going to be a major update in the Javea Harris case. Just looking around this parking lot, there is a massive amount of law enforcement that have showed up for this press conference. So hopefully we get something meaningful out of this press conference, a major update expected here. And if you haven't been following this over the last few days, investigators were in the upstate searching near the Great Falls area that's on the Fairfield and Chester County lines. They were searching the Debbie Terry Creek access, which is a boat launch up there. And that was blocked off for several days, since Saturday at least, when Aiken County named an area of interest outside of Aiken County where they were searching for Javea. And yesterday we went up there and there was no blockade up there. We could get all the way down that access and see where they were searching for the very first time. And then before that too, we knew investigators went back to Javea's home on Tuesday, the family home. They were showing up there with brown evidence bags going in and out of that house. They were also behind the home digging with shovels too. Coroner's office was also assisting there. So this is expected to be, we assume, a major update in the case. We're all hoping that there's some news that Javea may have been found, hopefully, so that we can get some closure, move on with this case too, and progress it so we can try to get more answers and hopefully justice for Javea as well. And Cindy, you were out there the other day when investigators were at the home.
Yeah.
Take us through what you saw and what that was like too.
Well, I saw, like you mentioned, a lot of investigators out there inside the house and outside the home as well. They had the brown evidence bags. I saw a couple of investigators with the yellow evidence markers as well going inside the house and placing them down and also on the outside. But if you've been following our coverage and you picture in your head the exterior of the house, there is a beige truck that has been sitting in the driveway this entire time. And the primary focus of these investigators was on the other side of that truck. So we couldn't get a good look at exactly what they were looking at on the ground. Just that was as close as we could get to keep some respect there and also to let the investigators do their job there. But I watched as they, again, walked back there with shovels. I saw a couple items of what appeared to be clothing or a piece of cloth, perhaps. I saw one investigator pick up a shoe to put it into the evidence bag as well. So definitely it's going to be interesting to see if and how they touch on that today. I know speaking with a lot of people in the community yesterday, they want to know what, if anything, they found at that house on Tuesday, because there were a lot of people from the community watching that night on Tuesday as investigators were searching inside the home and outside as well. A lot of those people were just showing up to pay their respects to Javea, to leave something at the memorial. But once they saw investigators there, they stayed back and watched with us. We were all watching this in real time, trying to process what they were doing out there, trying to figure out who the main players were out there. Of course, when I first got out there, it was just the sheriff's office. And about 10 minutes after the fact is when I saw someone from the coroner's office show up as well. So again, just this community has a lot more questions than answers. Hopefully we get them some answers from this news conference today. Of course, the sheriff's office has said throughout this entire process that this is still an active investigation. There's only so much that they can share with us to protect the integrity of this case here. But they recognize that the community is searching for answers in all of this, and they're doing the best that they can, they say, to try and provide that for Sheriff Marty. Really touched on that on his last news conference on Saturday about how this is, of course, not the outcome any of us wanted to have, but it's the outcome that they must face, and it's the outcome that the community must face. And to me, the fact that he keeps mentioning the community goes to show you just how hard Javea has touched the hearts of people, not just in Aiken County, but across South Carolina and nationally as well. I mean, I met someone yesterday at the memorial who came down from Delaware. She was visiting family here, but hearing that she came from all the way up there, I mean, again, it just goes to show you how this little girl who none of us knew has touched so many hearts.
And back at that home on Tuesday, when investigators showed back up, they did tell us that they were there for evidence and not for remains. But again, we'll see what this press conference reveals in about 15 minutes or so on what they've learned to bring them back out to that family home. It was not roped off since the parents, actually, we don't know if it was ever roped off, but certainly since the parents were arrested, it was not roped off with any crime scene tape. So really anyone could have gone on the property and had messed up a crime scene that they were looking at later on in the week too. So it's going to be interesting to see what they learned to take them back to that house. We also learned yesterday from several different reports that we got back from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office and Clinton PD. That's important because it gives us a timeline of what this family was doing and where they were before all of this happened. We now can confirm that they were in Clinton, South Carolina before coming to Aiken County. There was actually a report on file for a verbal disagreement or argument that Clinton PD responded to an apartment complex up there for. And it's interesting to note because there was a domestic call that they had here in Aiken County back in March of this year, so not too long ago. Javea's name was not mentioned on either of those reports. And if you're familiar with domestic violence or family violence cases, and when officers show up, usually that's a key thing that they note is whether children were present or not. So it's interesting that her name wasn't on either of those reports, and it brings up the timeline of when was Javea missing, when did she pass away too, and how she passed away as well. So there's just so many questions still left with this case.
Absolutely, because the timeline that we've given thus far based on these news conferences and the warrants as well, it's from May 1st until June 15th, whenever they were still searching for Javea. They were asking the public for any photos or videos they may have from June 15th until June 30th. That, of course, is the day that Javea was reported missing by her mother. So like you said, Will, it's interesting the timelines here. Hopefully we can get some clarity on that today, or I know you are looking into that March incident, so hopefully we get some more clarity there. But we, again, like the community, we have a lot of questions, a lot more questions than answers here that we are working to find out. But again, there's only so much that the sheriff sheriff's office can tell us right now, with it being an ongoing investigation, and we just want to make sure that we are sharing only what the sheriff's office is telling us. But right now, because that's another thing, and you and I also talked about this, Will, about just the amount of misinformation that's been spread online throughout this case, and we've been trying to touch base with the sheriff's office to combat that. Talk to me a little bit about that, because I know you have a little bit more knowledge on like getting those squared away there.
Yeah, so a lot of the information that we're getting, if it's not from the sheriff's office, is through FOIA. So it's Freedom of Information Act in South Carolina. That's public records. So those are things that we can request, like reports, dash cam video. You obviously can't get body cam video in South Carolina. It doesn't fall under FOIA unless that's been subpoenaed and has been used in court. So that is how we're getting a lot of these reports and information too. But yeah, there's been a lot of misinformation out there. There was some confusion on GoFundMe's and some other fundraisers to help out that family that has since been debunked, saying that the family has not set up a GoFundMe. There's a lot of people who are out there who are trying to take advantage of people in times like this. It's sad that we even have to say that, but that's the reality of where we are now in the internet and social media too. So just be careful before donating any money, sending food, anything like that to any family members. But I know they're going through a tough time. Your Meredith Anderson actually talked with a family member yesterday up in Union, and they're going through a lot right now, as you can imagine. They're still waiting for a lot of answers. I mean, they found out some of this through Facebook, which is just absolutely heartbreaking. So yes, there's so much misinformation. It's so important to listen to the sheriff's office and listen to what we're also sharing from the sheriff's office, and then some of our public records requests and FOIA requests that we're sending to so many different agencies. And I've gotten a lot of questions about this too. Was DSS involved beforehand? We know they're involved now because when they went to bond hearing, they said they had to adhere to all DSS requirements. But beforehand, we can't get that information because those case files do not fall under FOIA in South Carolina, unfortunately. Over in Georgia, if a child passes away, it does fall under the Open Records Act, so we can usually get that. But in South Carolina, you can't. They wouldn't even confirm to me if they had an open case or if they were involved. So that's still an unknown thing that we're trying to find out. But that's going to have to come directly from family if we do. So again, that information is going to come from law enforcement too.
Absolutely. And Will, you actually spoke to Javea's dad before he was arrested. You did a phone call interview with him, sort of like a initial meet and greet, trying to just get bare bones information from him. Talk to me a little bit about what he told you, what that conversation felt like, and now since he's been arrested, just kind of how things play out there.
I've gotten this question a lot. It's pretty surreal knowing that you've talked to someone involved in a case like this, especially the father. And it was just an initial interview I was doing with him. I was just trying to get basic information about who Javea was and what he knew and what he didn't know and what he wanted the public to know. It was about an 8-minute phone call that I had with him. I would have asked him more questions if I had time because I wanted to get him on camera and do that on-camera interview to do full details. And again, we had a meeting set the schedule for 3 p.m. and I showed up, and then that eventually didn't happen, so we didn't get any follow-up answers. But that full call is on our website, wrdw.com. And yeah, I mean, I don't have initial thoughts about it because we didn't know what was going on when that phone call happened. We didn't know what we know now. But looking back at that, it's the whole story that he told us, right? He went to 3 or 4 different stores, was at the laundromat. His girlfriend couldn't call him, didn't have cell service, and then he went home, found out what was going on. I asked him, do you have any idea what happened to him? And he said, no, sir, I have no idea. And knowing that Javea had been dead for a month before that phone call, when he told me that, is just absolutely shocking and unbelievable. And we now know that the 911 call that the mother made was also not true when that happened. And it sounded so real.
It did. She was giving law enforcement the most detailed description of Javea, saying that she was last seen wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas. She had on Crocs. She had pink beads in her braided hair. She was saying that Javea was outside playing in the chicken coop as she had always been. The mother said that she was inside making dinner. She had started a bath for Javea. And when she went outside to go get her, that she was not there. And you heard it in her voice. She sounded very genuine and worried about her child over the phone. So listening to that, and like I said, me being out there at the church at around 11 o'clock that Tuesday when the sheriff's office told us that they were actively looking for Javea, just knowing that the response that this started and how that progressed all last week with dozens of local agencies as well as SLED and the FBI, of course, it just, I mean, it really, I mean, I hate to say it gave me goosebumps because I feel like that's such a cliche to say, but listening to that, knowing what we know now, and also reading the warrants during that call while I was listening to it for the first time, it just, like I said, it still leaves me with a lot more questions than answers here. And hopefully, I know we're getting ready to get started with the news conference here, but hopefully we get some of that answered here.
Brenton, I know you've got a really pretty shot set up and you worked hard to do this. Can we show the parking lot here potentially? This is incredible. This parking lot is 99% empty most days. And look how many cars are in this parking lot for this press conference. This is a mix of maybe, I don't know if family's here yet or not, or if they're expected to show up, but this is media. This is potential family members, friends, people of the community who have shown up. And of course, a lot of law enforcement are also here. I think I saw DNR get out of a few different pickup trucks here. So this is set to be a potentially large update in the case, we can assume, by the presence that's here today and the lack of answers that we've gotten over the last few days, which is not it's not law enforcement or the sheriff's office fault about that. They have an investigation that they need to keep sealed and tight. So that is not something that we're blaming them for, of course. That is something that they need to do. But again, it's left us wondering what's happened with this case, especially when they were back out of the
also, Tuesday. Like you mentioned, there's only so much that they can tell us and only so much that we can tell the public because law enforcement, of course, has to protect the integrity of this case. It's still active and ongoing here. But looking at this parking lot, that was my first time looking at it just now. I think that just goes to show you, again, how much the community is invested in Javea's story. You see that with the memorial that is growing by the days outside her house. And you certainly see that here in the parking lot with all of the investigators and deputies that have shown up here. Like I said, maybe potentially family members here, and then certainly us. Like, her story has reached so many people. People are interested and invested. They want to know what happened to her, and they want to, justice for this little girl. The FBI touched on that at their news conference on Saturday. So yeah, this parking lot, it speaks for itself. It speaks to the volume of people who have a heart in this story.
And this was very similar to the press conference that we had on Saturday with the sheriff too. I mean, we pulled up to the Aiken County Government Center where that one was held, and in the parking lot, you just saw all the law enforcement vehicles, and you kind of knew that there was going to be a large update. And this is what I'm expecting here too. I mean, this is a large presence here. It's a lot of people who have showed up to show support for Javea in this case, showing their interest. I mean, there's almost not a parking spot left here, and again, I've never seen that before. So this is absolutely incredible. And again, we're going to bring that press conference to you guys live. That should start in about 7 minutes or so. 10:30 is the scheduled start. You can find that right here on WRDW Plus. We have that on our website under the Watch Live newscast. We have it on our Facebook page. Multiple ways to watch that live. And again, expecting a pretty large update in the case for Javea Harris. Nick.
Yeah, guys, there's a lot there, a lot of great information that we can touch on. I did want to mention, too, because I'm looking through some of the comments as we're going here. People are talking about what they've seen, what they've heard on other Facebooks and whatnot. There's a lot of stuff going around from a lot of people, all these crime reporter influencers who are just picking up information and trying to run with it. These two here have been boots on the ground, especially Sydney, not to take anything away from Will, but have been boots on the ground for the last week plus with what's going on, talking to the sheriff's office, talking to community members, sources out there. So all the information that you see on the internet, if it's not coming from these guys, I wouldn't believe it as much. I take it with a grain of salt because everything we put out is coming directly from the sheriff's office, directly from the people who have all of that information. So that's why it's important to not trust everything you see on the internet, but just trust it when it's coming from those reliable sources. And that's what you got there with these two reporters on the ground, Will and Sydney. So just wanted to put that out there. And then if you're just joining us, I know we've got a lot of people filtering in on all of our social platforms right now. We are expecting a news conference from Sheriff Marty Sawyer in Aiken County here in about 5 minutes or so with an update on the Javea Harris case. They called this yesterday. They've been searching all over her house. They've been searching in the upstate. But when we went to the upstate yesterday, no one was out there searching. No law enforcement was out there searching. So I just wanted to put that out there as we wait for this update. And then we've got a couple minutes here. We could play the 911 call. This, to me, is such a shocking thing to hear. So if the news conference starts before this 911 call is finished, we'll jump out of it. But let's go ahead and listen to this. This is from the night that the mother reported Javea missing. Take a listen.
Aiken County 911, where's your emergency?
Ma'am, I'm at 39 Hillsborough Street. I can't find my baby.
39 Hillsborough Street?
Yes, ma'am. She was outside playing, and I came out here after cooking dinner a little bit, and I'm looking for her, but I don't see her nowhere.
All right, how old is this baby?
She's 4.
All right, what was she wearing?
She had on pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, and she had in pink beads. She had braids.
Is she black, white, Hispanic?
She's mixed.
Okay, how long ago did you see her, ma'am? When was the last time you saw her?
I just came out here like no less than 20 to 30 minutes ago. I went in the house to cook dinner, and I told her it's time to come in once it starts getting dark. And when I came out here, I just...
Okay, just take a breath from me, okay? I already have them on the way to you, okay? Do you know where she might be heading? Okay, you have any family or friends that live around the area?
No, but she usually try to take our chickens to catch them, and I've been looking through the woods to try to see if I see her, but I don't see her nowhere.
Okay, you said you searched the woods. Is that behind your house?
Yeah, it's like a pathway right behind. I don't know about this area much, but it's not a good area. I'll tell you that. It's not good.
Okay, you said you searched the woods. Is that behind your house?
Yeah, it's like a pathway right behind my house. And we usually take it out sometimes in the woods to just let them run. And she'll come, so I know she knows about the woods. And but I look down the same pathway that we walk, and I did not see her.
Okay.
That is very tough to listen to given the circumstances of what we know now. Looks like they're getting ready to start this news conference here. Aiken County Sheriff Marty Sawyer. I don't see him just yet, but we know he is expected to give an update here shortly on the Javea Harris case. So they're getting set up there. Let's just take this full, and we'll let you guys listen into that, and then we'll come back in and check in after.
In just a moment, the sheriff will come out.
It's like
Check. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. In just a moment, the sheriff will come out. He does have a prepared statement for the update in case involving Javea Harris. Also, at the end of the conclusion of the statement, the sheriff will answer some limited questions. Just keep in mind that there's some details of the case he won't be able to discuss. So go ahead and try to have your questions thought in your head now. So at the end, we go ahead and ask those questions. So thank you all.
thank y'all for a job well done. Sorry that y'all wasted y'all resources, but y'all did a great job. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Marty Sawyer, and I'm the sheriff in Aiken County. Thank you for being here today, especially the citizens of Aiken that come in. Thank you for being here. And I'm here to provide an update on the investigation where we've been investigating the death of 4-year-old Javeia Harris. These updates never get easier to share. This past week has been heart-wrenching for everyone, but we've seen an outpouring of support in Aiken County and a massive joint law enforcement effort to search for and now to seek justice for Javeia Harris. Personally, there's some very hard words that I would like to use about Jamaria and Michelle and their actions. But I will not do that. And I will not do that to protect and maintain the integrity of this case. But I will tell you this. I will not refer to them as mom and dad or mother or father. They don't deserve that title. I stand before you saying it's one of the most difficult, deeply disturbing, and emotionally taxing investigations this office has ever worked, and it's weighed heavily on the sheriff's office, all these other law enforcement agencies, all these people behind me that's worked tirelessly to bring this to an end, and it's weighed heavily on our community. I am truly sickened to share what this investigation has uncovered. From the moment Javeia was reported missing, the sheriff's office, as well as our law enforcement partners and first responders, we responded with urgency, determination, and compassion. What started as an exhaustive and complex search quickly grew to something that I would have never imagined. Now understand, I cannot discuss all the details. We should have stopped the train. Understand that I cannot discuss all the specific details in this case. But at this time, I can share that a few human remains were recovered in an area known as Cedar Creek Reservoir, also known as Stumpy Pond in Fairfield County. These remains were immediately sent to the State Law Enforcement Division, and through analysis, the DNA of the remains are consistent with being the biological offspring of Jamaria and Michelle. I want to also share with you that through forensic evidence, statements, and analysis, extensive and deliberate efforts were made to destroy and conceal evidence following Javeia's death. Our information reveals the use of corrosive chemicals and other tools that were used to accelerate the destruction of her little body. After this was completed, these two individuals poured what remains were left of Javeia into the Cedar Creek Reservoir. These subjects went through great lengths to cover their repulsive and revolting actions. In my 37-year career in law enforcement, I have never, ever heard of anything so horrific. As a result of this information, it's unlikely that the entirety of Javeia's body or any other remains from this point forward will be recovered. And I'll say this again, we had all hoped and prayed to find her body, but with the information we've uncovered, that's simply not possible. I want to also announce additional charges for destruction and desecration of human remains have been filed against these two individuals. I know this is heartbreaking for anyone who's followed this case. heartbreaking for our office. For all the law enforcement across the state that's worked on this case, countless hours, to find every piece of evidence with the hope of bringing Javelia home. It's heartbreaking to our community. Our commitment has been to pursue the truth, regardless of how difficult it may be. While no announcement can lessen the profound loss in this case, our commitment remains unchanged. Today is not only about the evidence recovered, it's about a child whose life was taken far too soon. While today marks a painful chapter in this case, it does not end our work. Our investigators will continue to pursue every lead, examine every piece of evidence, and work closely with the Second Circuit Solicitor's Office to ensure that justice for Javelia is pursued. I ask you to pray. Pray for Javelia and her extended family, our staff, all these other law enforcement agencies, and this community. Again, I want to thank all these law enforcement partners, local, state, federal, other first responders who assisted in this case. I announced at my last press conference that the investigation had taken us outside of Aiken County. I specifically want to thank the State Law Enforcement Division, South Carolina DNR, and Sheriff Will Montgomery and the Fairfield County Sheriff's Office. These DNR divers spent hours and hours and hours searching. Finally, I want to again thank our community. Throughout this investigation, you've demonstrated compassion, encouragement, patience, and prayers. We recognize the emotional impact this case has had on so many, and we thank you for standing with us. Together, this community has shown that even in the face of tragedy, compassion, unity, and service remain stronger than the darkness we've encountered. I'm going to take a few questions, but if it didn't come from this press release, you're probably not going to get much more. At this point in time, with what they're charged with, that would be a question for the solicitor's office later down the line. I don't want to speak for them.
And what have you guys learned from relatives or other close family about when Javelia was last seen alive, and whether or not any one of the close family members have raised any concerns about not seeing her for an extended period of time?
I'm just going to say the same thing I said at the last press conference. We believe that she had been dead for about a month before the 911 call. I can't speak on that. I know the answer. I'm just not going to give that. Well, everybody's been on Facebook to wear pink. The pink's her favorite color. We just thought it would be. We care about her like everybody else does. We have people that'll be at the vigil tonight. I have a previous speaking engagement, so I can't be there. May come late, but we just want to show that we're human beings. We're not robots. We care about people in this community, especially a 4-year-old little girl. This is the most disturbing thing you'll ever see. I'm not going to. Our investigation led us there. Okay. Thank y'all. Thank you, community.
There you have it. That was Aiken County Sheriff Marty Sawyer giving us the update that I think we were expecting but hoping would never come, and that is that they found Javelia Harris's remains. And I was taking some notes as he was speaking to try to make sure I didn't forget anything. I had to stop in the middle of that and just try to take in what he was saying, because that was some truly sick stuff that he was saying that came from this news conference. I'll go ahead and read out just a little bit of what we wrote down here. So he started off by thanking everybody for being there, said he had harsh words that he would like to use to Maria and Michelet. He said he won't refer to them as mom and dad or mother and father because they don't deserve that. The actions that they've shown over the last week or so, and even beyond that, as we now know, make them unworthy of that title. He says they used accelerants, including corrosive chemicals, to destroy Javelia's body. He then says they poured her remains into, I believe it's Cedar Creek Reservoir. I wrote that down somewhere, forgive me. But I believe it's Cedar Creek Reservoir in Fairfield County. If I can pull that back up. Just give me 1 second here. I just want to make sure I've got that right. I know it's in Fairfield County. I know it's a reservoir. I'm pretty sure it's called Cedar Creek. Let's see. Yeah, Cedar Creek Reservoir in Fairfield County. There's a look at them. They're now charged with desecration and destruction of human remains. So add that charge onto the homicide by child abuse and onto the false report that Michelet faces as well. Michelet was denied bond on that charge because it was tied to a homicide charge. They don't go to circuit court to see if they're eligible for bond on the homicide charges. Hard to believe that will be granted given the details that we just learned today. Again, if you're just joining us, that was Sheriff Marty Sawyer giving us an update on the Javelia Harris case. He says they found remains of the Cedar Creek Reservoir that were the DNA that sled tested was consistent with the see what he says here. The biological offspring of Michelet Herring and Jamaria Harris, which would be Javea Harris. So they believe they found Javea's remains. He then says, the two here on your screen, Jamaria and Michelet, went to great lengths to cover their actions, including using accelerants like corrosive chemicals to destroy Javea's body and then pour her remains into Cedar Creek Reservoir. So again, we showed you over the past couple of days that officials were up in Fairfield County, around that area, doing some searching around Union County. And this is sick. This is sick. And that's what we're all thinking at this point, I believe. It's hard to find words to put to this. Sheriff Sawyer said this was the most disturbing thing he's covered in his nearly 40 years in law enforcement. I haven't been in news quite that long, but I can say the same about my time here. This is truly, truly evil, wicked, vile stuff. And I know a lot of people in the comments here, I was watching along on Facebook, people were saying that, and it shows you that there is still some evil out there in this world. But I think on the flip side of that, if there is any positive to take out of this, it's the outpouring of support and the community rallying behind Javea and the search for her and now getting justice for her. It shows there is good in this world too. People who never knew Javea, never knew her name until about a week and a half ago, coming out to support. The sheriff mentioned that today. Will and Sydney mentioned that today. As you saw, you may have seen before, they started that news conference. We were talking to Sydney Hood and Will Rio, who have been out there covering this case since the beginning. And the community has really showed up and shown out for 4-year-old Javea. If you're just tuning in here, this is a harrowing, brutal update to share with you, this Javea Harris case that we got from Sheriff Marty Sawyer. He said that Michelet Herring and Jamaria Harris, who he won't even give the honor of calling mother and father or mom and dad of Javea, went to great lengths to cover up Javea's death. He says they used corrosive chemicals to try to destroy her body and then poured her remains into the Cedar Creek Reservoir, which they were able to recover some of. But he says because of the nature of what was done to Javea, they may never recover any more remains. So we've got Sydney and Will standing by here, and we'll check in with them in just a little bit. But this is just such a vile case, and it's so hard to listen to these details. Especially when I sit here with the arrest warrants and I think about the 911 call that Michelet made the night she said Javea went missing. I think about the call that Will had with Jamaria Harris on Thursday, I believe, after she went missing, allegedly missing on Tuesday. And you just add all that up, and it's, how can people do this? You know, there are a lot of people here who showed Javea love, a lot of people here who would have shown Javea love if she was their daughter, and this is the way she was treated here on this earth. And I hope she is able to see now that the community loves her. And there are a lot of people out there who love her. This is tough. This is tough. We've got Will and Sydney still out there today. Getting set up. Guys, can you hear me? Yep, they can hear me. Garrett, can we go ahead and pull them up here?
I'll let you take it.
Guys, we were just talking about kind of recapping what happened here and going through the whole case, and it just adds another layer to what's already been a disgusting turn of events here in the last week or so. Give us your takeaways from Sheriff Sawyer's news conference.
I mean, absolute shock. I mean, there's no words for a situation or a case like this. I mean, it's unbelievable, and it makes me sick just thinking about it too. And having to cover this, and you go back to all the people that were standing behind that podium with the sheriff, and for the last week, the search that's gone on, and when everyone thought that she was still alive the whole time, and just the search that was happening here in Aiken County.
Yeah. I think the silence from all of them spoke volumes, and what I mean by that is I made a point to look at the faces of the dozens of investigators that were standing behind Sheriff Sawyer here, and they weren't saying anything, but they were saying a lot with the just look of terror on their faces, just hearing Sheriff Sawyer describe those details for us. And even the sheriff, he got choked up speaking about this. He says it's one of the most horrific cases he's had to work in his entire 30-plus year in law enforcement here, and you certainly heard that in his voice. You saw that on his face as he is describing these details for us. Will just, I mean...
And all of them wearing pink, too.
Yeah,
in honor of Javea.
They know... That was another thing that Sheriff Sawyer touched on, was how this community has been together and how this community is grieving. And so a lot of them had on pink ribbons pinned to their jackets. They had on pink ties and Sheriff Sawyer said it best when he said that they're human too in all of this. They're not robots. He said they are human. They have a heart in this. They are a part of this community as well. And they are grieving with this community right now, Will.
Yeah, and the sheriff also saying that he personally has some very harsh words for the parents of Javea's. I use quotes because he said he won't even call them that at this point. He says, quote, "I will not refer to them as mom and dad or mother and father. They don't deserve that."
Okay, we're going to listen to just a little bit more. Yes, Tanya. We're going to just listen to just a little bit more of this because this coverage, you know, it's a news coverage and it's live. So they repeat a lot of stuff, you know, over and over again. But I just want to, you know, listen to a little bit more and then we're going to move on because due to new charges, Javea's parents had to go back to court. They had to go back to court on the new charges. So we're going to get into that right after this. We're going to listen to about maybe 5-7 more minutes.
That title. Strong words from the sheriff. He said he has other words, but wants to keep the integrity of the investigation together at this point. He also would not comment on how they found out about the Cedar Creek Reservoir and Stumpy Pond up in Fairfield County, what led them there. But we do know that Javea's mom did confess on the warrants to disposing of her body at another location. But again, just a really disturbing case to say the least. Parents using corrosive chemicals to get rid of her little body. There's no easy way to put that, but I think it's important that we do know the details in this case and how these parents went about trying to cover up the crime that they are alleged to have done. Again, they're innocent until proven guilty in court, of course. So we now know that they're also going to face another charge of defacing human remains as well.
Yeah, and the sheriff saying that at this point,
for desecration,
full recovery of her remains deems impossible after the destruction in which he described for us. I just want to look down at my notes a little bit so I can make sure I get this right and read word for word what Sheriff Sawyer said. He said forensic evidence showed extensive efforts to destroy and conceal evidence after Javea's death. He said corrosive chemicals and tools were used to accelerate the destruction of the remains, and what remained of her, he said, was poured into the Cedar Creek Reservoir up in Fairfield County. And just, that was heavy words coming from him. It was,
and I'm sitting here looking at some families, and a lot of the community showed up. There's little kids here, and we've seen that at the memorial too. And just some of the, it's just, you just have no words for stuff like this. And
here in the community, sorry, well, I didn't cut you off, but I wanted to mention how the community has thanked the sheriff's office throughout all of this. You heard that woman as the sheriff was walking out, thanking him, thanking them all for their time in searching for Javea. But yeah, just a hard looking at those little kids here, listening to the details of what Sheriff Sawyer says happened to little 4-year-old Javea Harris.
Guys, everything. I mean, I'm about at a loss for words. I'm sure you guys are the same. But everything about this case, every turn it's taken has just been more and more brutal. It was a 4-year-old girl who was missing. Then we find out she's been, dead for a month. Then we find out the parents get arrested. Then we find out they used chemicals to try to destroy her body. This case is so wicked and vile and disgusting, and it's just hard to listen to. And you guys, props to you guys, Meredith, everybody who's been on this since the beginning, because it's a lot to take in. And I don't know where this sentence is going. Like I said, I don't have words right now. I mean, this is brutal. This is a brutal end. Or I guess piece of this story, because it's not the end until we get justice for Javea, but this is a brutal turn of this story.
Sheriff Sawyer said it's a painful chapter in this case, and it certainly is. It feels like every single chapter that we keep turning in the pages of this story just get more and more brutal as the pages keep turning here. But he said that, they're going to still look into leads, any potential evidence that may come their way.
There's still a long way to go in this investigation. It's not close to over, but at least this gives us some answers as to what happened and how it happened too. But like you said, Nick, as us being in the news, we all like to talk, and all of us are speechless at this point. Just complete and utter shock. And there's not much else to say about it.
One thing as we were listening to that, I know the sheriff took a couple questions. It was a little bit hard to hear what those questions were. We just kind of got bits and pieces and got some of his answers. Could you guys kind of recap what people asked him afterwards and what other information we were able to get there?
Yeah, one question was asked. Someone had asked if there were any prior incidents of abuse that happened to Javea that led up to this that they're aware of. And he said he won't answer that question, but he says he does know the answer to that, but they can't tell us because of the investigation. Another one was about what led them to Fairfield County to find the rest of Javea's remains that were dumped out into the Cedar Creek Reservoir. He said he can't. He said his investigation led them to that point. And then another one was about obviously them wearing pink ties too.
Yeah, and for those of you who may be just joining us, I know some people are still asking what's going on. I wrote down some notes, but if you guys want to fill in the gaps where I sort of leave off because I didn't write down everything. It got to a point where I just had to stop and listen. The sheriff started off by saying this has been a heart-wrenching investigation. Thank people for the outpouring of support. He says he has some harsh words he'd like to use for Jamaria and Michaela. He said he will not refer to them as parents, mom and dad, mother, father, because they don't deserve that title. He says they found Javea's, or what they found remains, I should say, in Cedar Creek Reservoir in Fairfield County. They sent those remains to SLED, and the DNA revealed that they were a match with biological offspring of Michaela and Jamaria, which would be Javea. He says then...
Sheriff Sawyer said about how this is one of the most horrific cases that he's ever worked in. His 30-plus year in law enforcement, it's been hard, as you can imagine, on the Aiken County Sheriff's Office, the dozens of law enforcement agencies who showed up to help them search for Javea when they thought she was in the area alive. I mean, some strong words coming out of the sheriff today, and I want to repeat the quote that you said earlier whenever we got out here, that Sheriff Sawyer said he has some harsh words he would like to say about the two parents, but he said he's not going to, but he said that he is not going to refer to them as mom and dad because he said, quote, that they did not deserve those titles. And that's how he started this news conference, Nick, as you were listening. So I think I just set us off to just knowing that.
I'll fill in the gaps here a little bit. I want to say thank you personally for someone who lives in Aiken County as a resident here. I want to say thank you to all the law enforcement officials, DNR, SLED, the FBI out of Columbia, everyone that had a piece of this investigation. We say thank you. And I know a lot of people in this community feel the very same way. I mean, you saw the people who were behind the podium there and all the work that went into finding out what happened to Javea, getting the parents to confess that's what the warrant said, and putting all the pieces together and also tracking down where she was last or where her remains were actually dumped. So just thank you from everyone in this community to all the law enforcement officials and everyone who had a piece in this investigation. I don't know where we would be without a lot of them. And it's just incredible work that they've done to give us some kind of answer as to what happened to Javea and hopefully get justice moving forward.
The hours and the manpower. I mean, when I got out to Bethel Baptist Church, which was their staging area, I got out there at around 11 o'clock Tuesday night, the night that 911 call came in. And even that night, I saw just different agencies from.
Okay, we're gonna move on, y'all. Like I said, it's gonna be a lot of repeating. They probably gonna play the press conference over, so we're gonna move on. Like I said, Javea's parents had to return to court because they now have new charges. Let's get into that. We're gonna watch. a couple of clips.
Your bond was denied on the murder charges of homicide by child abuse. I do find that you probably qualify for your bond was denied on the murder charges of homicide by child abuse. I do find that you probably qualify for a court-appointed attorney. You need to contact the public defender's office, and that number is on the paperwork. Your first court appearance is scheduled for August 28th at 9 a.m. Your second appearance is October 23rd at 10 a.m. Initial and sign where it's highlighted yellow. You will get a copy of everything you sign. Victim services. All right, if appropriate, based on you being in the jail, if you can comply with DSS, that's a condition. All right, based on the totality of the circumstances, I do find that you're a flight risk and a danger to the community, and I'm going to deny your bond. Thank you.
Back full. Nobody does it. You've been watching that with Shayla Harris, 22 years old, making a court appearance there on a destruction and desecration of human remains charge in front of the judge there. You're watching as we queue up there in the box the second court appearance. That is for Javea Harris's father, Jamaria Harris. And that is what we are watching happen now. I can't tell you, though, in just the last few minutes you watched as that court appearance was happening. This was unlike we saw over the weekend, where the judge was unable to set a bond in the murder charge. This judge saying in this charge here this afternoon that she found Michelle Herring a danger to the community and denied her bond. Let's look at this. Is Jamaria Harris now making his court appearance on that same charge?
You can state your name for the record, please.
Jamaria Harris.
Mr. Harris, you have a right to a jury trial. You have a right and an obligation to attend all court proceedings. If you do not show for a court date, a bench warrant may be issued for your arrest. You may be tried in your absence, or you may face additional charges. If your charges are dismissed or you are found not guilty, you have a right to have them expunged, which means they will come off your record. You have a right to represent yourself, hire an attorney, or see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, which we will start in just a moment, but you will need to contact the public defender's office yourself to see if you qualify. This charge will be heard in general sessions, therefore you're entitled to what is called a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine guilt or innocence, but determines if probable cause exists to move forward with your case. If you would like a preliminary hearing, you can submit the form I'm going to give you, notice of preliminary hearing within 10 days of today. You're charged with destruction of human remains, which carries a mandatory 1 year up to 10 years and will be heard in general sessions court. The first set of forms is a checklist of the rights I gave you. The next set of forms is more information about your rights to an attorney. Do you want me to see if I think you qualify for a court-appointed attorney?
No, ma'am.
You're going to hire an attorney.
I have a lawyer already.
Okay. Your first court appearance is scheduled for August 28th at 9.
Did he say he already had one? Hold on. I missed that.
An attorney. Do you want me to see if I think you qualify for a court-appointed attorney?
No, ma'am.
You're going to hire an attorney.
I have a lawyer already.
Okay.
Oh, wow. He said he got a lawyer already, y'all. I don't know what, because they cut off the woman's, I got another clip. Maybe they'll show the whole thing, but he said he got a lawyer.
Your first court appearance is scheduled for August 28th at 9 a.m. Your second appearance is October 23rd at 10 a.m. Initial and sign where it's highlighted yellow. You will get a copy of everything you sign. Getting services.
Yes, I'm just asking that he complies with DSS.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're to comply with DSS requirements. All right, based on the totality of the circumstances, I do find that you're a flight risk and a danger to the community, and I'm going to deny your bond.
You're just watching Michaela Herring and Jamaria Harris making their first court appearance on this new charge, destruction of human remains. The sheriff announcing that this morning in a press conference there in Aiken County. They believe now, we've learned in a warrant, that little Jamaria Harris died on June 8th, 2026. Parents there, then after not reporting a head injury, failing to call 911, getting the little girl help, used some type of chemical to dissolve the best they could her body, take her to a reservoir, and pour her, the sheriff said, into the water there. They have used DNA and the remains that they have been able to find.
Okay, so okay, he going to try and say he didn't unalive her with the mom, but he just as guilty, especially after hearing her critical detail. So, what you talking about? Maybe it's a friend or a family member. What you talking about, Natasha? Let me see what you said before. He going to testify against her. What do you mean, Natasha? So apparently she's been passed away since the 8th. The mom must have. Oh, okay. The mom must have hit her in the head or hit her and she hit her head. She passed away. They try to dissolve her body. They see. I'm sorry. I don't know if he was there when all of this was done, because I remember, according to the warrant, she's the one that unalived her and she's the one that dumped her remains. So I don't know how much of it he was involved in or he learned afterwards. I don't know, but that's sick. I mean, that's sick. You treated like that baby like she wasn't just nothing. Beautiful little girl. That's sick. Anyway, we're gonna move on to let me see what else I got on these. Mm-mm. Um that last clip I had didn't have her entire hearing. Let me see if this one has it. Yeah, I think this one has the whole thing. I didn't hear the whole thing. The other one.
All right, ma'am, state your name for the record, please. You have a right to a jury trial. You have a right and an obligation to attend all court proceedings. If you do not show for a court date, a bench warrant may be issued for your arrest. You may be tried in your absence, or you may face additional charges. If your charges are dismissed or you are found not guilty, you have a right to have them expunged, which will include on off the record. You have a right to represent yourself, hire an attorney, or we can see if you qualify for a public defender. We'll start that in a moment, but you'll still need to contact the public defender's office to see if you do indeed qualify.
Hey, Sonya.
You're charged with destruction or removal of human remains, which carries a mandatory 1 year up to 10 years in prison. It will be heard in general sessions court. You have a right to a preliminary hearing. The preliminary hearing does not determine guilt or innocence, but determines if probable cause exists to move forward.
I don't know, Natasha, which one I don't know. All I know is when I listened to the first press conference when they announced that Javea was passed away, I remember them saying that the mother confessed. I remember them saying that the mother confessed, and I remember them saying she's the one that disposed of the body. Now, that I mean, he could have helped Porter. Natasha, are you behind? Natasha, make sure you're not behind. I remember maybe he could have helped with, with the pouring of the chemicals on. I don't know. I don't even want to think about it because it's fucking with me to think about the fact that this baby was, for one, unalive, and then they poured this solution or whatever on her, and to dissolve her body. But anywho, I don't know. I just remember hearing that. I remember hearing that. I mean, Tanya, I'm sorry. Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm kind of out of it today. I ain't gonna lie. So I'm talking to Tanya. So Tanya, I don't know. I remember hearing that in the warrant, which I'm gonna try to get a copy of. I remember hearing them saying. I remember hearing them say in the warrant it says that she confessed and she disposed of the body. Now, I'm sure he had something to do with something. I just don't know what parts he played or whatever. I just can't see how anyone let him know. That's what I'm saying. It's just really like. See, I had not heard this press conference. I didn't know they found her remains. Like, I knew they found her body, but I didn't know that these people had actually poured solution on her little body to try. You can't dissolve a body. You can't even completely burn a body. You just can't. Even when people are cremated or whatever, even though family members may receive ashes, those ashes is not the only thing that's left of that person. Like when people burn, like when people like they unalive somebody in the house and they may set the house on fire to try to cover up that a body is in there. There's always traces, whether it be bone or whatever. It's always traces left. So I don't know what people be thinking, but these two, I mean, these two, they gotta be like fucked up, like mentally ill, something. Well, you just have to know how. Well, I don't want to know how to jackal. I don't want to know how. I've always thought that you couldn't, um, completely get rid of a body, but I don't want to know how. All right, let's listen, y'all.
With your case. If you would like a preliminary hearing, then you need to submit the form. I'm going to give you notice of preliminary hearing within 10 days of today. The first set of forms I'm going to give you is a checklist of the rights that I just told you. The next set of forms is more information about your rights to an attorney. Do you want me to see if I think you qualify for a public defender? Yes, ma'am. As of now, do you have a job? No, ma'am. I know your bond was denied the regulatory homicide by child abuse. I do find that you probably qualify for a court-appointed attorney. You need to contact the public defender's office, and that number is on the paperwork. Your first court appearance is scheduled for August 28th at 9 a.m. Your second appearance is October 23rd at 10 a.m. Initial and sign where it's highlighted yellow. You will get a copy of everything you sign. Victim services.
Yeah, I get that, Tanya. That's why I said, he had to have something to do with after she unalived Javea, that he had to help, try to dispose of the body. I know that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know that part. Tampering of the body. Yeah, I know he's guilty of that. I was just pointing out the fact that, the thing says she unalived her and she disposed of the body. Maybe they both tried to, I don't know. Look, okay, I'm gonna listen.
If appropriate, based on you being in the jail, if you can comply with DSS, that's a condition. based on the totality of the circumstances, I do find that you're a flight risk and a danger to the community, and I'm going to deny your bond. Thank you. One of each of the conspiracy defendants in. I would.
Okay, they playing the daddies again. We'll watch it. Just watch it. Let's see.
You can have a seat. State your name for the record, please. Mr. Harris, you have a right to a jury trial. You have a right and an obligation to attend all court proceedings. If you do not show for a court date,
To be honest, whatever lawyer he got, Tanya, to be honest, whatever lawyer he has couldn't represent her. The only way that, because it would be like a conflict of interest. This is the thing, like if they were being tried together, then maybe they could have the same lawyer. But being as though I don't think they will be tried together, they can't have the same lawyer. But this is the thing. If he's smart, I'm going to be honest, man, because he needs to plead out. He needs to plead, because if it's true that even if she tries to go to trial, right? But if it's true, I don't think neither. Listen, let me go back. I don't think, but stranger things have happened, right? But I don't think they are going to go to trial. I think maybe both of them will plead out, only because they confessed. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes people do shit like this and they don't even confess. Like they actually go to court and continue to play innocent, right? But being as though these two people confessed, my thoughts are they may plead out, right? But let's just say the mom decides she want to go to court, right? If I was him, I would plead out and I would just talk. I don't know how much of, being as though he's already confessed, I don't know if he would even be offered a plea to testify against her. But I know if I was him, I would plead out and I would testify against her. If you didn't kill her, we know you had something to do with, whatever was done after she killed her. But if you didn't kill her, right, and you didn't dispose of her body, I would testify. I would plead out and I would testify. I wouldn't even go to court. I wouldn't go to trial. I mean, as the dad. Now the mama, I just want to know if he was there. Like, honestly, when she did it, was he there? Did he know she had done it? And if he was not there when he got home and found out, what was his reaction? Because I just wouldn't help cover that up. Like, that's crazy as hell. That's a story.
Won't be issued for your arrest. You may be tried in your absence, or you may face additional charges. If your charges are dismissed or you are found not guilty, you have a right to have them expunged, which means they will come off your record. You have a right to represent yourself, hire an attorney, or see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, which we will start in just a moment, but you will need to contact the public defender's office yourself to see if you qualify. This charge will be heard in general sessions, therefore you're entitled to what is called a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine guilt or innocence, but determines probable cause exists to move forward with your case. If you would like a preliminary hearing, you can submit the form I'm going to give you, notice of preliminary hearing within 10 days of today. You're charged with destruction of human remains, which carries a mandatory 1 year up to 10 years and will be heard in general sessions court. The first set of forms is a checklist of the right of getting. The next set of forms is more information about your rights to an attorney. Do you want me to see if I think you qualify for a court-appointed attorney?
No, ma'am.
You're gonna hire an attorney?
I have to go down.
Okay. Your first court appearance is scheduled for August 28th at 9 a.m. Your second appearance is October 23rd at 10 a.m. Initial and sign where it's highlighted yellow. You will get a copy of everything you sign. Getting services.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you're gonna comply with DSS requirements.
I noticed that too, Tanya.
Based on the totality of the circumstances, I do find that you're a flight risk and a danger to the community, and I'm going to deny your bond.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what this legal analysis is that they got. It's a visual. They did it. Actually, they've done several visuals. Vigils. I'm sorry, vigils for Janaya. I'm gonna probably do that in the premiere in the upload. So we're gonna pass that. That's like 41 minutes long, and then after this short clip of this legal analysis, we're gonna listen to. Ooh, and it's an hour long, but it's not gonna take that long. I got to speed up. We're gonna listen to the entirety of this case on a channel called Hidden True Crime, and that's for anybody who does not know what happened from beginning to end. This video pretty much covers everything that has happened so far in this case, and then we're gonna move on to Nolan Wells. Okay, so let's listen to this short clip right here.
Welcome back. Time is 7:44. It is an absolutely heartbreaking and heinous story. The Aiken County, South Carolina Sheriff's Office is continuing to release information on the homicide of 4-year-old Javea Harris. Police say that the child's parents are responsible for her death after human remains were found in a reservoir near their home. They say the remains were destroyed using corrosive chemicals, claiming the parents used them purposely to get rid of their daughter's remains.
Joining us now to talk about this difficult topic, our Chief Legal Analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, this is hard to even really talk about, but this is reality of the story of where we are. Okay, prosecutors, you would think it wouldn't be that hard to prove, except that you've got evidence, which would be key here. A lot of it has been destroyed. So how do you prove this, I guess, homicide by child abuse?
Well, let's start with a couple things. First of all, disgusted. This story is more than disturbing. When I read the facts, I'd already been following it. They've been searching for this young girl for over 5,000 acre. But I can tell you that I tell my clients all the time, I don't bring the facts to the case. I just work with what's given to me. Mm-hmm. So on the prosecutor side, it's the same way. You'll have your investigators, you'll have law enforcement that's going to do the work of trying to figure out and piece together exactly what happened. But when I get discovery, I start to go through everything and say, well, this is what they have, this is what they know, this is what they think they know. And then I start talking to my client. Well, the first thing I want to know is, well, did you give a statement? Did you give a statement to law enforcement? Well, in this case, they clearly did. It says that both parents confessed. Your words are going to be extremely hard to beat in court, regardless of any physical evidence. It's not like the movies. Most cases aren't won with some smoking gun, like, wow, I have the weapon, I have the ammunition, I have you on video. Most of the time, it's going to be some other piece of evidence that will allow them to convict you. In this case, your words are probably the hardest thing that you can beat, unless it was some type of statement that was made out of duress. You were in there for 20 hours and they beat it out of you. Other than that, your words, when they're played in front of the jury, when the transcript is read, it's going to be hard for you to say, well, no, I didn't mean that, or I didn't say that, or I didn't do that. So even without the physical evidence, which would be direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, which in court will be weighed the exact same way, it's going to be hard to beat that.
And again, the details are extremely troubling, but she was injured because of child abuse, and they did not seek medical attention. So the warrants say, and that led to her death, and then they try to cover it up. Is there any chance that you see them split and say, well, maybe I knew what was going on, I should have stepped in, but I didn't?
I mean, right now it seems like both will be on the hook for that because both will have some type of played some part in her demise. I'd say for sure. But I'd go back to a couple things. Looking at the investigation just early on, neighbors talked about the conditions that the young lady was living in. Locked up in the room, not fed, sleeping on a mattress that had urine all over it. Those are the types of things. But it was key that the neighbor said, but child welfare was notified, right? And so it reminds me of when I served on the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board here in Mecklenburg County. It's when there was an unfortunate death, all of the stakeholders in the community would come together and try to figure out what was missed, what happened. We have these things in place to avoid this. Well, if someone communicated with, Child Protective Services and notified you of a child in a situation like that, what happened? How do we get to that point where this child is sleeping on the bed and the neighbors notified you, but yet she still dies? That's the type of things that will get answered within this investigation. On the criminal side, this is going to be pretty straightforward. Unless something different occurs based on what we've already learned, this is going to be clear cut.
Khalif, quickly, you're a father and you're a defense attorney. Is it difficult to defend someone when you know the details and you think or you assume that they're guilty? How do you defend them?
Well, I'll say the first part. I never try to assume my clients are guilty, but I will say that these are hard. These types of cases, and I primarily handle homicide cases, are extremely hard. I've tended to not deal with the cases that involve children because I have 4 children. And so I have the ability to pick and choose those types of cases. But any type of death is already going to be hard. But I walk into those cases recognizing that, hey, my clients have a right to an opportunity to be served, and I have the obligation to serve them to the best of my ability. And that's why I don't try to make sure I determine guilt or innocent. I just look at the facts in front of me and try to paint a picture and ensure that I give them the best defense.
The picture here extremely troubling, as we've all said. Khalif, thank you.
Queen City News Plus. Just search Queen City News on
because of financial struggles and possible DSS involvement, and that Javea's 911 call came in. A parent's worst nightmare. A mom worried about her little girl now missing. Javea Harris's mom says that she last saw her by a chicken coop before calling 911. A search ensued in Aiken County, South Carolina, for the 4-year-old with braided hair, complete with pink beads that matched her pink pajamas, her favorite color. And then, in an unbelievable twist, while all of this was unfolding, this same mother, pregnant and seemingly dealing with the stress of her daughter's disappearance, she goes into labor. So while hundreds of investigators and volunteers searched desperately for Javea, another child is being born to the middle of this unfolding tragedy. Can you imagine? Yeah, neither could we. Like many of you, we've been following this case closely. It's heartbreaking, and it is still unfolding. And what we've uncovered is nothing less than shocking. We have everything you need to know, from court docs to family statements to those tells that you hear someone say during a news interview that makes you second guess everything and realize this might be worse than you could ever imagine. It has left me questioning not just who did this, but how could they and why. My name is Lauren Mathias, and this is Hidden True Crime. There are some cases that spark an almost immediate feeling of deja vu, and Javea Harris is definitely one of those cases. Remember missing baby Emmanuel Haro? We covered that story for days last August, 2025, and just like Javea's case, it all began with a frantic 911 call. Emmanuel's mother, Rebecca, claimed a stranger snatched her little boy right out of her arms in the parking lot of a Big Five sporting goods store. And within hours, search teams mobilized. Volunteers showed up by the hundreds, hoping someone would find Emmanuel before it was too late. Rebecca and her husband, Jake Haro, they appeared before news cameras, tearfully pleading for their son's safe return. They begged the public for help. They thanked volunteers. They spoke directly to the person they claimed had taken Emmanuel. But it was all a lie. There was no mysterious kidnapper. There was no abduction. Jake Haro ultimately pleaded guilty to murder. Rebecca Haro pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter. Yeah, it was horrific and heartbreaking and unfathomable. And I bring up Emmanuel's case because the one we're discussing today is almost freakishly similar and remains simply, as I put earlier, unfathomable. It begins also with another frantic 911 call, another child reported missing, another massive search involving countless officers, volunteers, and community members determined to bring Javea home. And then came the interviews, the inconsistencies, the evidence that didn't quite fit, and ultimately another devastating ending. How? Why? We're going to go through everything to try to make sense of the senseless. Let's start where this case really began, that 911 call, because that's the moment that sets everything else into motion. That call was placed by Michaela Herring on June 30th at 8:43 p.m. from her home in Aiken, South Carolina, in complete panic. She's frantic, she's terrified, and doesn't know where her 4-year-old daughter has gone. She tells the dispatcher that Javea was wearing Minnie Mouse pajamas and has pink beads at the ends of her braids. According to Michaela, she had left Javea outside playing for about 30 to 40 minutes while she went inside to cook dinner. She said that she told Javea, who again was only 4 years old, to come inside before it got dark. During the call, Michaela also explained that she was 39 weeks pregnant, making it difficult for her to keep up with such an active little girl. She also mentioned that doctors believe Javea may have autism. We'll hear more about that later. But at the same time, Michaela described her daughter as very smart and said she could carry on conversations with people. So another thing that stood out from the call was that Michaela said she worried about what she described as crackheads. Yeah, crackheads walking around the neighborhood. And if that's true, think about this. It naturally raises questions about why a 4-year-old would be left outside alone in the first place, and with the direction, hey, just come in before dark, and then hear that she might even have autism. And now we're throwing out that there might be crackheads in the neighborhood. It's strange. But according to Michaela, she had even gone so far as to run Javea's bath, expecting her to come inside after playing. The 911 once deputies arrived at the home. So the two central people in this story beyond Precious Javea are her parents, 23-year-old Jamaria Kavana Harris and 22-year-old Michaela Herring. That means, with their ages, that they were still both teenagers themselves when Javea was born. They entered adulthood carrying one of life's biggest responsibilities, raising a child, and most importantly, keeping that child safe. Once deputies arrived at the home, a massive search operation got underway almost immediately. Investigators released Javea's photo and description to the public. Roadblocks were established throughout the neighborhood as deputies were interviewing neighbors. Search teams combed through more than 3,000 acres on foot, while helicopters, drones, and canine units searched from the ground and on the air. The sheriff contacted the FBI almost immediately to assist with the investigation and help analyze digital evidence. Local law enforcement, the FBI, SLED, the South Carolina Highway Patrol, K9 teams, drone operators, and numerous other agencies all joined the search effort. Before long, hundreds of personnel were searching thousands of acres surrounding the home. Digital billboards displaying Javea's picture were put up across the area, and investigators even created a website where members of the public could submit tips and upload surveillance footage. Sheriff Marty Sawyer said that because so many trained professionals were already involved, that they weren't asking volunteers to physically join the search quite yet. Instead, he urged anyone living nearby to thoroughly check their own property, anywhere a small child could have hidden, and to continue sharing Javea's photo and praying for her safe return. As investigators spoke to the people community, they interviewed a Rita Andrews. Rita Andrews is an employee at a convenience store along Pipeline Road. And she said that she regularly saw Javea and her family coming into the store, but realized that she hadn't seen them recently. She told reporters, quote, "They was just your regular, this is the neighborhood convenience store. And they would come in pretty frequent. You would always see the kid and everything seemed fine," end quote. But unfortunately, the case, also I want to point out, did not meet the legal requirements for an Amber Alert because there was no evidence that Javea had been taken in a vehicle. But despite that, her picture spread rapidly across social media, which is where I saw it. I couldn't stop thinking about that beautiful face and those beautiful eyes. Facebook groups dedicated to finding her popped up almost overnight. Community vigils were organized, and countless strangers began sharing her story, hoping someone, somewhere, had seen this little girl and could help bring her safely home. And then, again, in this sort of unbelievable twist, while all of this was unfolding, as I mentioned, another major event happened. Something I don't talk about a lot is what happens after we finish recording, because covering these cases, you don't just gain ever. With Beam researching, I've been trying to tell, again, it's no fall asleep, no dairy, no feeling rested. With me, this sleep too, you get your first order tonight to slow down. So again, as you heard in that 911 call, Michaela was already 39 weeks pregnant. The stress of her daughter's disappearance appears to have sent her into labor. So that very same night, Javea's reported missing, Michaela was taken to the hospital. And yes, she gave birth to a baby girl, Javea's little sister. So while hundreds of investigators and volunteers searched desperately for one child, another little girl, Javea's little sister, was being born in the middle of this unfolding tragedy. Now, the next thing I want to go over is an interview that Javea's father, Jamaria, gave a reporter named Will with WRDW. I want to listen to this interview. I want to talk through it as we go through this interview, because if you've followed true crime for any amount of time, I'm willing to bet that you'll notice quite a few things that stand out. According to Jamaria, while Javea was outside playing, he had gone out to run a few errands. He said he stopped at several different stores to pick things up like candy, cookies, Black and Milds, and drinks. He also said he had clothes washing at the laundromat and went to check on them. He told Will, the reporter Will, that while he was out, he noticed a large police presence in the area, but at the time he had no idea that they were responding to his own house. Take a listen.
I got around 5-ish, and my daughter was outside playing. My girl was out there watching her. She was in and out of the house, I say that. And I was going to get up to wash the clothes. What else can I say? I left the house around what 6, like late, maybe like early 7. It was probably around like 6, and I got back to the house maybe around 7:15 because my girl and my daughter said they wanted some candy, like she wanted some suckers and she wanted cookies. And I had went to like three stores maybe in between those times to go get gas, Black & Milds, and I got some drinks, like some little Mad Dogs and stuff like that. And when I left and I went back to dry clothes because I was watching them. I was sitting there for a little minute and I ended up going to another store. Like these 3 stores that I'm saying, like I sold 3 stores already, but I went to a store last. And I was back at the washing machine that was right beside the Circle K. And then like when I was at the Circle K, I was seeing a lot of police and stuff going through. And I was wondering, I was like, a lot of stuff goes on in Aiken to where like you could out as police or whatever. But I didn't know that it was my house. My girlfriend at the time, she didn't have service. She didn't have service on her phone. So she couldn't call me to let me know anything that was going on. So she just ended up calling 911. So when I came back to the house, before I got on my road, I seen a police truck, the drone out, and that's when I started speeding up because I was like, it's something going down like close to my house. When I got to turn on my road, I seen a whole bunch of police like right in my house. So that's when I heard of it. And I got to the house and I was like, what's going on? I thought my girlfriend was in labor because she was supposed to have a baby, soon. So she ended up having a child that same night on July 1st. But she came up crying to me saying my Javea missing. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I kind of freaked out. And the detectives were telling me I couldn't go look and stuff like that because they didn't want me to mess up the area or whatever. But that's basically what happened up until all of this came about.
Jamaria went on to say that Javea wasn't known to wander off, but that she was extremely friendly. He said she didn't understand stranger danger and would talk to just about anyone. But I want you to pay close attention to what he says here. And maybe even more importantly, how he says it.
Okay. Is she known to run away? Like, has there been past issues with that with her? Is she known to do that?
No, she does not run away, but I will say that she is friendly. Like she's friendly. Like she doesn't like, it's not a stranger danger thing with her. It's not like get away from me. Like she didn't get that. She didn't understand it. She was just all friendly to everybody. She was very respectful. Like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. Like that's what she do. We raised her great. Like she was a real smart kid. That's why like they had me kind of like messed up. But they were saying that she was not like she's nonverbal and that. Like yeah, she was that she's autistic and like that was like the media was like messing. I don't know the cuss, but that was messing my head up a little bit because they don't even have a good description of my child to try to describe her.
What's a good? Is she autistic or is she on the spectrum at all? Is that true?
She was on the spectrum when she was born, but they said that she couldn't be tested until she was 4 years old.
Okay, so it's on. You guys just don't know.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. We never got her tested, and she's never given us signs that she is, autistic. She talks good. She's like very like she talks better than me. But she got more respect than me.
Understood. So you guys had no idea what could have happened to her.
I have no clue. Like, sir, I don't like. It's really wild. But I gave all these detectives information about people snooping around the house. Lately, like since I started work. Like from Friday, Thursday really, but from Friday to Monday, I had to work. Like I was working night shifts, and every time I left, my girl would like, she would tell me like, "Oh, it's."
You know what really gets me? These two, both of them, and it's weird. I don't know if they planned on each other saying the same shit, but it behooves me that they know what they did, right? They know they did this. They know where she's at. They know she's not alive, but yet they keep trying to blame it on this, the neighborhood, the people, the crackheads. The friendly, the people like, man, if you gonna pull some shit like that, don't try to hand the police, cause see, motherfuckers are weird, like truly insane. Instead of y'all just saying, she gone cause you're lying anyway, you gonna try to put it on the people in the neighborhood. Oh, it's crackheads all around, but you live in the midst of crackheads though. You live in the midst of them. And then you want to say, just like, I think it was fun. I think it was Keep It Cute earlier that said you want to say there's crackheads living all around and these people are beneath you pretty much in so many words. I don't associate myself with those type of people, but you let your baby go outside by herself knowing these people are around, which didn't make sense to me when I heard it. Because I'm like, if you know it's crackheads and this and that and the third roaming around, why you your baby out damn near dark by herself? But it was all lies. And then it takes a sick person to sit up there knowing you just you had unalived your baby a month ago, and you're gonna sit up and try to place judgment on other people. Crackheads. Which worse, ma'am, crackhead or murderer? Which one? I don't associate myself with those people. Girl, I'm saying I'm on the fence about that daddy. Not really too much on the fence because he helped cover this shit up. But that mama is sick. Well, they both sick. You feel me? But that mama is certifiable. Baby, we don't have nothing to do with that, baby. Go talk to somebody who can help you with that. But I'm just saying, just sick, Tanya. And then they trying to place blame on the crackheads in the neighborhood who somewhere trying to get them some crack. They ain't did nothing to that baby. Shit. You know what? I'm going to just push play because I just can't with people.
It's been people doing this, and then the third round, I didn't call. Like they on the phone with people like around house, like just talking and walking real slow and things like that. And I've been telling them that. But
how are you doing through all of this?
Oh no, I don't remember hearing that. What's your name, Cappy? I don't know if I do remember hearing that. And something we're gonna listen to later. It may be this that the grandparent that has the baby now tried at some point to get custody. I don't know. I'm not gonna speak on what I haven't really heard yet. It's some stuff in this. That's why I wanted to react to this video right here, because she's got a lot of detailed information that I haven't heard. Right, Ms. Lynn. Right.
I
It's okay.
I didn't got a little bit of it out, but it's like not knowing is killing me. It's killing me. Like
they both
because,
they both putting on a whole act. That mama actually was she can receive an award. You could tell he lying. I mean, I knew he was lying from when I first heard this interview. But that mama, she deserves an award.
She's still like this often, but you don't expect it to be you.
And is the mother, is she your wife?
No, she's not my wife. She was my girlfriend.
Okay. How is she doing?
She's still a little tore, but she's making it. She's trying to stay calm. But we just, like I said, we just recently had a child. She had to get really go in labor early because all the stress that was going down. She had that baby the same night that all of this happened.
She didn't know early. What the hell you call early? 39 weeks is not early. She was due. And she knew she was due. And she knew when she had that baby that family was going to be coming around and family was going to be asking where Javea was. Y'all knew exactly what you was doing. You tried to be smart, but you're dumb. She was in labor when she made that call. She was actually knowing she was finna have that baby. Everybody thinks that heavy breathing and everything was because she was so panicked. No. Bitch was hurt. If she had that baby that same night, she was in labor when she made that phone call. She was due. She was not. She did not have no baby early. 39 weeks is due.
Because all the stress that was going down, she had that baby the same night that all of this happened.
I don't know about you, but one of the first things that jumped out at me was how often he spoke about Javea in the past tense. She was friendly.
One of y'all mentioned that. And I noticed that I listened for it, but somebody mentioned that in my chat when we first heard that interview. He kept talking about her in the past tense. Sure did.
She was respectful. She was a really smart kid. Now, to be fair, people absolutely do use the past tense when talking about someone who is still alive. Stress, exhaustion, and the shock of a traumatic situation can affect the way people speak. Even the fear of what ifs, right? So I don't think it is ever fair to say that using the past tense automatically means someone is guilty. It does not. But it is something that a lot of true crime followers notice because we've seen it come up in other cases, right? On its own, it doesn't prove anything at all. It's just one of those details that tends to stand out and that tends to linger in the minds of those following a case.
And there is the little details you have to pay attention to. In that 911 call that we have listened to at this point about 50 times, the young lady said she didn't have cell phone service. She said that, on any cell phone, even if you have service or not, you can call 911. When the operator asked her for her number to call her back, she said her phone was not on, but she was able to call 911. So there was no need to make a phone call, though. They both had cell phones. Why didn't the girlfriend call the father? Make it make sense. It makes sense that she was lying. You can't make it make sense other than the fact that they both were lying. That's it.
The thing that caught my attention was how he described Michaela. He said she was, quote, a little tore up. Now look, maybe that was just an unfortunate choice of words. And yes, Michaela had literally just given birth. So physically and emotionally, she had an enormous amount going on. But personally, the wording surprised me. If my 4-year-old had vanished without a trace, and I had just given birth. A little tore up is not the phrase I'd expect to hear. Most parents, I believe, would probably be absolutely inconsolable, regardless of what else was happening. And of course, everyone processes trauma differently. Everyone shares their personal emotions differently. So that's just my personal reaction to the wording. But that wrapped up the phone interview. And before ending the call, Will asked Jamaria if they could meet in person later that day to do an on-camera interview. The goal was to get more information out to the public in hopes that someone, somewhere might recognize Javea or come forward with a tip. And according to Will, Jamaria agreed. The two of them picked a location and planned to meet just a few hours later. So what happened? Will and his cameraman, they showed up. They waited and waited. But Jamaria never came. He eventually called and said something along the lines of, "Hey, this is Will from News 12. But according to Will, the moment Jamaria realized who was calling, he hung up the phone. Interesting. Wow. He never showed up at the interview, and he never spoke with Will again. Was it because he felt like he'd already said too much during the phone interview? Was it because investigators had started questioning him more aggressively? Or was there another explanation entirely? We don't know. What we do know is that according to law enforcement, the story told during that interview and the story told during the 911 call, they were lies. By July 3rd, it had been more than 48 hours since Javea had allegedly last been seen by her mother. And at that point, law enforcement stated publicly that there was no evidence that Javea had been abducted. Investigators initially believed it was possible that she had simply wandered away from the home, right? So search crews continued combing the area around Reynolds Pond Road, where she was reportedly last seen. And by then, they had now searched roughly 5,000 acres using deputies, canine teams, drones, helicopters, and countless other resources. But by the end of that day, investigators announced they were scaling back the search. At that time, the announcement confused a lot of people. Why would they scale back the search for a missing 4-year-old after only a couple of days? Something definitely didn't sound right. Well, now we know why. Investigators had uncovered information that led them to believe Javea had never wandered away at all. And then on the 4th of July, a day that Javea should have been enjoying fireworks and barbecues, Sheriff Marty Sawyer held another press conference. And this time he delivered the news that no one wanted to hear. He began by saying, quote, "I am deeply saddened to tell you that our investigation and evidence leads us to believe 4-year-old Javea Harris is deceased. It is the outcome that we all feared, and sadly, it is now what we face. And we will face it together as a community." Take a look after that heartbreaking announcement. Sheriff Sawyer revealed that Javea's parents, Jamaria Harris and Michaela Herring, had both been arrested. Her parents, the two people that should have protected her over everyone else, had been arrested. And both were charged with homicide by child abuse. And Michaela Herring was also charged with filing a false police report. Perhaps even more shocking, Sheriff Sawyer announced that investigators believe Javea had actually been dead for at least a month. Yeah, a month. Not days, not since the night of the 911 call, but for weeks before she was ever reported missing.
Additional charges may be forthcoming. We'll figure that out as the investigation goes further. We have spoken to Javea's extended family, and we'd ask that you respect their privacy. We can only imagine what they're going through. We put every resource available to find Javea and to bring her home safely. I want you to pay close attention to these next two sentences. This is very important. Sadly, the night of the 911 call on June 30th, when that call was made, it was already too late to save Javea. At this time, our investigation supports that she had been deceased for at least a month.
So naturally, the next question becomes, what evidence convinced investigators that Javea was dead? That answer is laid out in the arrest warrants, which we have. Michaela's homicide warrant states, quote, "Upon information and belief, the defendant, Michaela Herring, the mother of Javea Harris, 4 years of age, caused the death of Javea, who was under the age of 11, while committing child abuse or neglect. The death occurred under circumstances manifesting in extreme indifference to human life by not seeking medical attention for Javea after knowing that she had injury which was obtained from physical abuse. This information was obtained by the defendant's confession and co-defendant's confession. This happened between..."
All right, hold on. Let's listen to that again. Hold on.
What evidence convinced investigators that Javea was dead? That answer is laid out in the arrest warrants, which we have. Michaela's homicide warrant states, quote, "Upon information and belief, the defendant, Michaela Herring, the mother of Javea Harris, 4 years of age, caused the death of Javea, who was under the age of 11, while committing child abuse or neglect. The death occurred under circumstances manifesting in extreme indifference to human life by not seeking medical attention for Javea after knowing that she suffered injury which was obtained from physical abuse. This information was obtained by the defendant's confession and co-defendant's confession. This happened between May 1st and June 15th of 2026, end quote. Her second warrant for filing a false police report states, quote, upon information and belief, the defendant, Michaela Herring, reported to the Aiken County Sheriff's Office that her daughter was missing and or abducted by another person. This was determined to be false. A search of the area and interviews revealed that she had not been abducted. Michaela admitted that she had disposed of Javea's body at another location, end quote. Finally, Jomaria's homicide warrant reads, are you ready? You can never be ready for this, but here we go. Quote, upon information and belief, the defendant, Jomaria Cavanti Harris, the father of Javea Harris, caused the death of Javea, who was under the age of 11, while committing child abuse or neglect. The death occurred under circumstances demonstrating an extreme indifference to human life by not seeking medical attention for the victim after knowing the victim suffered a severe head injury, which was obtained from physical abuse by the victim's mother. This information was obtained by the defendant's confession and co-defendant's confession. This happened between May 1st and June 15th of 2026, end quote. May 1st and June 15th. So, I mean, that's a good amount of time. That's a month and a half. But according to investigators, here's what they believe happened. They allege that Javea suffered a severe head injury as a result of physical abuse inflicted by her mother, Michaela. And rather than taking her to a hospital or seeking emergency medical care, investigators say both parents knowingly failed to get her treatment. And that decision, according to the warrants, ultimately led to Javea's death. And instead of reporting what happened, investigators say they concealed her death, disposed of her body, and created the story about a little girl vanishing while playing outside. A story that launched a nationwide search for a child who, according to law enforcement, had already been gone for weeks. The following day, on Sunday, July 5th, both parents appeared before Magistrate Judge Ronald Thornton for their initial bond hearings. And since they were each charged with homicide by child, the judge explained that bond could only be considered later in circuit court. For the time being, both Jamaria and Michaela were ordered to remain in custody without bond. During Michaela's hearing, she told the court that she worked for a company called Transcom and earned approximately $1,300 every 2 weeks. She asked the court to appoint her an attorney, but based on the financial information she provided, the judge determined that she did not qualify for a public defender and would need to hire private counsel. Interesting. Jamaria told the court that he had recently started a new job with DHL Bridgestone, but hadn't yet received his first paycheck. Even so, the judge reached the same conclusion that ruled that he also did not qualify for a court-appointed attorney at that time. Let's take a look at those hearings.
My name is Judge Thornton. Today's date is July 5th, 2026, and you were in.
We're gonna skip through the we've already watched that. Let's see. Yeah, we've already watched that.
So today's bond is being denied, and it's also being transferred to the circuit court, where a circuit court judge will hear this case within the next 30 days. And the circuit court judge will set the bond for the charge. There's one.
Where was Javea? According to investigators, after she died, her body remained inside the family's home for weeks. Before it was eventually removed. As of that hearing, authorities still had not explained exactly what evidence led them to that conclusion. And despite both parents allegedly confessing, investigators still had not recovered Javea's body. So that's interesting to me. The search didn't end with their arrest. It simply changed. Instead of searching for a missing child, investigators were now conducting a recovery operation. Search teams from SLED, the Fairfield County Sheriff's Office, and the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources began searching heavily wooded areas and nearby waterways around access roads in the Great Falls area of Fairfield County. And meanwhile, thousands of people online continued following the case in real time. Some even tracked law enforcement helicopter flight paths and watched search teams from a distance, desperately hoping for some sign that Javea had finally been found so she could be brought home to her family and laid to rest with dignity. And then, just this week, Sheriff Marty Sawyer held another press conference, and this one contained some of the most heartbreaking details that we have heard in this entire case. This happened just yesterday. Take a listen.
Good morning. I'm Marty Sawyer, and I'm the sheriff in Aiken County. Thank you for being here today, especially the citizens of Aiken that come in. Thank you for being here. And I'm here to provide an update on the investigation that we've been investigating the death of 4-year-old Javea Harris. These updates never get easier to share. This past week has been heart-wrenching for everyone, but we've seen an outpouring of support in Aiken County and a massive joint law enforcement effort to search for and now to seek justice for Javea Harris. Personally, There's some very harsh words that I would like to use about Jamaria and Michelle and their actions. But I will not do that. And I will not do that to protect and maintain the integrity of this case. But I will tell you this. I will not refer to them as mom and dad or mother or father. They don't deserve that title. I stand before you saying this is one of the most difficult, deeply disturbing, and emotionally taxing investigations this office has ever worked, and it's weighed heavily on the sheriff's office, all these other law enforcement agencies, all these people behind me that's worked tirelessly to bring this to an end, and it's weighed heavily on our community. I am truly sickened to share what this investigation has uncovered. From the moment Javea was reported missing, the sheriff's office, as well as our law enforcement partners and first responders, we responded with urgency, determination, and compassion. What started as an exhaustive and complex search quickly grew to something that I would have never imagined. Understand that I cannot discuss all the specific details in this case. But at this time, I can share that a few human remains were recovered in an area known as Cedar Creek Reservoir, also known as Stumpy Pond in Fairfield County. These remains were immediately sent to the State Law Enforcement Division, and through analysis, the DNA of the remains are consistent with being the biological offspring of Jamaria and Michelle.
Before we continue, let's pull up Google Earth so we can get an idea of where exactly this happened. The sheriff said Javea's remains were recovered from Cedar Creek Reservoir, also known as Stumpy Pond in Fairfield County. This location is approximately 1 hour and 43 minutes away from the family's home. Now, I do want to give a warning before we play the next clip. The details you are about to hear are incredibly disturbing.
I want to also share with you that through forensic evidence, statements, and analysis, extensive and deliberate efforts were made to destroy and conceal evidence following Javea's death. Our information reveals the use of corrosive chemicals and other tools that were used to accelerate the destruction of her little body. After this was completed, these two individuals poured what remains were left of Javea into the Cedar Creek Reservoir. These subjects went through great lengths to cover their repulsive and revolting actions. In my 37-year career in law enforcement, I have never, ever heard of anything so horrific. As a result of this information, it's unlikely that the entirety of Javea's body or any other remains from this point forward will be recovered. And I'll say this again, we had all hoped and prayed to find her body, but with the information we've uncovered, that's simply not possible. I want to also announce additional charges for destruction and desecration of human remains have been filed against these two individuals. I know this is heartbreaking for anyone who's followed this case. It's heartbreaking for our office. For all the law enforcement across the state that's worked on this case, countless hours to find every piece of evidence with the hope of bringing Javea home. It's heartbreaking to our community. Our commitment has been to pursue the truth, regardless of how difficult it may be. While no announcement can lessen the profound loss in this case, our commitment remains unchanged. Today is not only about the evidence recovered, it's about a child whose life was taken far too soon. While today marks a painful chapter in this case, it does not end our work. Our investigators will continue to pursue every lead, examine every piece of evidence, and work closely with the Second Circuit Solicitor's Office to ensure that justice for Javea is pursued. I ask you to pray. Pray for Javea and her extended family, our staff, all these other law enforcement agencies, and this community. Again, I want to thank all these law enforcement partners, local, state, federal, other first responders who assisted in this case. But from the time I announced at my last press conference that the investigation had taken us outside of Aiken County, I specifically want to thank the State Law Enforcement Division, South Carolina DNR, and Sheriff Will Montgomery and the Fairfield County Sheriff's Office. These DNR divers spent hours and hours and hours searching. Finally, I want to again thank our community. Throughout this investigation, we demonstrated encouragement, patience, and prayers. We recognize the emotional impact this case has had on so many, and we thank you for standing with us. Together, this community has shown that even in the face of tragedy, compassion, unity, and service remain stronger than the darkness we've encountered.
Corrosive chemicals and what Sheriff Sawyer described only as, quote, other tools. He didn't elaborate on exactly what those tools were, but according to investigators, whatever was used left Javea's remains in a condition where they could literally be poured into a reservoir. Poured. That is almost impossible to wrap your mind around. Since the search of the family's home, people online have also been analyzing photographs released from the investigation. Many noticed investigators removing what appeared to be a burn barrel, another large barrel, and even sifting through piles of dirt around the property. Now, it's important to remember that people online are only speculating about what those particular items may or may not have been used for. Investigators have not publicly connected those specific items to what happened to Javea. But based on what law enforcement has now revealed, it is clear that investigators believe significant efforts were made to conceal and destroy her remains. And because of those allegations, both Jamaria and Michaela are now also facing charges of destruction and desecration of human remains as well. Watching Sheriff Sawyer during that press conference was incredibly difficult. You could see the sadness written all over his face. You could hear the exhaustion in his voice. And standing behind him were members of law enforcement wearing pink ties, pink ribbons, and pink shirts. According to investigators, pink was Javea's favorite color. And in the days since she disappeared, thousands of people throughout the community had also begun wearing pink in her honor, holding on to hope that somehow this little 4-year-old would be found alive. Instead, they're now left mourning a child whose life ended in a way that's almost beyond comprehension. The outpouring of love for this precious little girl has truly been incredible to see. People have left their porch lights on in her honor. Memorials filled with pink balloons and stuffed animals have appeared throughout the community. Thousands of people have shared her photo, prayed for her, and mourned a child that they have never even met. Javea's story has touched people all over the country. And of course, now that investigators say they know at least part of what happened, many people have started asking the same question. Were there warning signs? Online, many people have gone back through photographs of Javea, pointing to pictures where they believe she looked frightened, withdrawn, or possibly even had bruising on her face. There have also been new reports about the family's past. And according to one report, the family previously lived in Clinton, South Carolina. Clinton Police Chief Michael Addison confirmed the officers responded to the family's apartment on November 30th, 2025. The incident report states that officers responded to a verbal domestic dispute between Jamaria and Michaela after Jamaria was preparing to leave the residence. And according to this report, Michaela told officers she did not want Jamaria's mother and sister coming to pick him up because there was a restraining order preventing them from being near her. Jamaria, meanwhile, told officers they had been arguing since the previous day and that the latest disagreement started over moving a table inside the apartment. He said Michaela called police while he was packing his belongings before his ride had arrived. And this report also explains that Michaela eventually calmed down and even offered to drive him herself, but he declined. Officers documented no visible injuries, and the incident was ultimately classified as non-criminal. So as far as official records that have been publicly released at this time, that's really the only documented law enforcement contact suggesting there may have been problems inside the home. And based on that report alone, there was nothing indicating that Javea herself was involved. Beyond all of this, there have been numerous unconfirmed reports circulating online. Some social media posts claim there was prior involvement with the Union County Department of Social Services or Child Protective Services, although this has not been publicly confirmed by those agencies. Neighbors have reportedly told reporters that they rarely saw Javea outside, and several relatives have reportedly claimed they contacted DSS multiple times over the past 2 years because they worked at his home. To drive him herself, but he declined. Officers documented no visible injuries, and the incident Michaela after Jamaria was preparing to leave the residence. And according to this report, Michaela told officers she did not want Jamaria's mother and sister coming to pick him up because they're to the family on photo card asking people all over the country. And of course, now that investigators say they know at least part of what happened, many people have started asking the same question. Were there warning signs?
I'm replaying this part, y'all, because they talk about warning signs and what they talk about warning signs, and they talk about previous possible previous reports to CPS. Let's listen.
Throughout the community, thousands of people have shared her photo, prayed for her, and mourned a child that they have never even met. Javea's story has touched people all over the country. And of course, now that investigators say they know at least part of what happened, many people have started asking the same question. Were there warning signs? Online, many people have gone back through photographs of Javea, pointing to pictures where they believe she looked frightened, withdrawn, or possibly even had bruising on her face. There have also been new reports about the family's past. And according to one report, the family previously lived in Clinton, South Carolina. Clinton Police Chief Michael Addison confirmed the officers responded to the family's apartment on November 30th, 2025. The incident report states that officers responded to a verbal domestic dispute between Jamaria and Michaela after Jamaria was preparing to leave the residence. And according to this report, Michaela told officers she did not want Jamaria's mother and sister coming to pick him up because there was a restraining order preventing them from being near her. Jamaria, meanwhile, told officers they had been arguing since the previous day and that the latest disagreement started over moving a table inside the apartment. He said Michaela called police while he was packing his belongings before his ride had arrived. And this report also explains that Michaela eventually calmed down and even offered to drive him herself, but he declined.
So, according to what we just heard, see, this stuff right here, things like this don't just happen, right? Unaliving a child and what these parents did, that shit don't just pop up. It don't. What I'm saying is this: it's always a history, right? It's always some type of history. It's always some patterns, right? So, in November of 2025, the police was called because he tried to leave. And she didn't want his sister and his mom she didn't want his sister and his mom to come to her house because they had a restraining order. Now you got to go deep with that. Why is there a restraining order against the sister and the mama? See, it's some history. It's some shit that don't went on. There's a reason why this lady gonna say that the grandmama been trying to get custody of that baby. and the thing is, if he's trying to leave the house, see, I'm telling you, this shit is dark and deep with that mama. Listen, please don't anybody think that I'm taking any responsibility from the dad. Please. But I'm gonna just say this. I know of several cases, right, where women have unalived children or a child because the other parent, I'm gonna just say this, because of the other parent, not because the other parent asked, not because the other parent wanted them to do it. It's because the other parent don't want them. Mothers unalive babies all the time because the fathers don't want them. And they can't hurt their daddy, so they hurt the child. That woman had an issue with that man, and instead of taking it out on that man, which she probably still took it out on the man too, she was taking it out on that baby. When she hit Javea that night and unalived her, that wasn't the first time she hit that baby. That was not the first time she hit that baby. He should have been left her ass, and he should have took his baby with him. So I'm not taking no responsibility off him. But I'm telling you, I know a woman like that woman in real life. She's awful. She is awful. But let's listen.
Many people have gone back through photographs of Javea, pointing to pictures where they believe she looked frightened, withdrawn, or possibly even had bruising on her face. There have also been new reports about the family's past. And according to one report, the family previously lived in Clinton, South Carolina. Clinton Police Chief Michael Addison confirmed the officers responded to the family's apartment on November 30th, 2025. The incident report states that officers responded to a verbal domestic dispute between Jamaria and Michaela after Jamaria was preparing to leave the residence. And according to this report, Michaela told officers she did not want Jamaria's mother and sister coming to pick him up because there was a restraining order preventing them from being near her. Jamaria, meanwhile, told officers they had been arguing since the previous day and that the latest disagreement started over moving a table inside the apartment. He said Michaela called police while he was packing his belongings before his ride had arrived. And this report also explains that Michaela eventually calmed down and even offered to drive him herself, but he declined. Officers documented no visible injuries, and the incident was ultimately classified as non-criminal. So As far as official records that have been publicly released at this time, that's really the only documented law enforcement contact suggesting there may have been problems inside the home. And based on that report alone, there was nothing indicating that Javea herself was involved. Beyond all of this, there have been numerous unconfirmed reports circulating online. Some social media posts claim there was prior involvement with the Union County Department of Social Services or Child Protective Services, although this has not been publicly confirmed by those agencies. Neighbors have reportedly told reporters that they rarely saw Javea outside, and several relatives have reportedly claimed they contacted DSS multiple times over the past 2 years because they were concerned about Javea's well-being. Those same family members have also alleged that the family moved frequently because of financial struggles and possible DSS involvement, and that Javea's paternal grandmother had been trying to obtain custody of her since she was an infant. So at this point, those claims have not been confirmed by investigators, so we're going to have to wait and see what, if anything, is substantiated as this case moves through the court system. And that brings me to the other child in this story, right? Another child for this family, because while she wasn't physically harmed, this newborn baby girl, I do believe that she's a victim too. The baby who was born the very night her sister, Javea, was reported missing, will never know her big sister. She'll likely grow up without either of her parents. Instead of celebrating the arrival of a new baby, Javea's extended family has found themselves grieving one child while stepping in to raise another. A reporter with WRDW recently sat down with Justin Singletary, a close friend of Javea's paternal grandmother, who has known both sides of the family for years. So Singletary, he's been speaking with Javea's grandmother every day, trying to help her through this unimaginable loss. Let's listen to part of this interview.
Pretty a sad situation. Knowing definitely the grandma, she's a sweet person. Always, love on people, wave at you when she sees you. And to kind of know, that she's going through this is pretty sad and it's hard. And we just wish we could make it better for her.
The Secretary also telling WIS, Javea's grandmother is asking for community support as she is raising the baby girl. Michaela Herring gave birth to the same day investigators say she falsely reported Javea missing.
And that seems to be where the case stands right now. Following the new charges of desecration of human remains, Michaela and Jamaria were seen in court again, this time in front of a new judge, and she actually determined that they do likely qualify for public defenders, which makes a lot more sense, I'll be honest. There are still so many unanswered questions. We still don't know exactly why this happened. We don't know how long Javea was allegedly being abused. We don't know why neither parent sought medical care after she suffered such a serious injury. And because investigators say her remains were intentionally destroyed, it's possible we may never know her real cause of death. And if that's the case, that may have been exactly what the people responsible intended. For me personally, one of the most disturbing parts of this case is not just what investigators allege happened after Javea died. It's the deception that followed. Listening back to the 911 call, Michaela sounded genuinely terrified. If I had heard that call without knowing anything else, I probably would have absolutely believed she was a panicked mother living out her worst nightmare, whose child had just disappeared. Then you hear Jamaria's interview, the repeated past tense, the extra details about errands and laundry that really didn't answer the reporter's questions. They reminded me of other cases where people appeared calm enough to construct elaborate stories while investigators later alleged they already knew exactly what had happened.
Right.
Cases like Jake Haro, Chris Watts, and so many others. As of today, Michaela's next scheduled court appearance is September 18th at 9 a.m. and Jamaria's is scheduled for September 19th. It's also at 9 a.m. We're going to continue following this case closely because I have no doubt we are going to learn much more as prosecutors begin turning over evidence and court documents become public. But above everything else, I hope that Javea ultimately gets the justice she deserves.
Book back. Book back.
Hey.
What you want to say about the baby?
Good time, baby.
All right, that was a good video, y'all. Y'all go check the channel out. I'm gonna share it out on my community wall. I'm gonna share this video out on my community wall. The hidden true crime. Y'all hit the like button on the video, and if you like the content, subscribe to the channel. Okay, now we're gonna move on, y'all. We're gonna move on to the case of Nolan Harris. We got about 2 more hours, and we're going to focus on this case now. Just like with this case, we just watched. I'm gonna go back because, of course, we're updating after about two days. So we're gonna go back to our updates that have occurred for the past 2 days, and we're gonna catch up and come, bring ourselves to current day. So you're gonna hear a lot of repetitiveness. You're gonna hear a lot of the same things over and over again, but each video contains new information. First, we're gonna get into a Carlos King video. Let's
really piece together.
Y'all got any questions? Put them in the chat. I'll try my best to answer. Make sure y'all double tapping the screen for your girl to like the live stream. Thank you.
Really piece together and figure out what may have happened.
Authorities say Wells' friends left the island and he stayed behind and was supposed to take a different boat back to the mainland Saturday, but never did. After a desperate search, Wells' body was found off the shore Monday.
Teach people to be cautious. Right now, the autopsy report is still pending. The medical examiner at the Department of Public Safety handles that. Dr. Stacy Turner is a board-certified forensic pathologist, which means she's a doctor, an MD certified in forensics and pathology. And in my mind, probably the best medical examiner we've ever had in the state of Mississippi. She's been doing it a long time.
All right, what's up with the YouTube fam? I'm back again with another video right now. Look, I have another update, well, a couple of updates pertaining to Nolan Wells. But before we get into those, I do got to start it off the correct way by saying RIP to him. And I want to send my condolences out to his entire family and anybody out there that has a genuine love for him. So basically, you know, it's so many different things that are happening. And one thing that I do not like about all of this is the way that they are covering this case. It's got some type of undertone that I'm really not feeling. And basically, they are sticking with their guns when they say that they believe that he did drown. Me personally, I feel that they should wait until they get some type of notifications from a medical examiner, a second opinion autopsy or something like that before they just say what they're saying. You know, it's kind of dismissive to the family because, you know, they possibly may feel something has happened that may be foul play, but I understand them also trying to keep the peace and calm people down and stuff like that. But I feel like it should be handled that way. Hey, we're investigating such and such and such. Now, they have stated that there is an ongoing investigation, and they are also asking for any pictures, videos, or any type of information that you can give them pertaining to a discrepancy or something like that, if there was one. Also, the judge that everyone is talking about, his mother, well, I say his mother, the mother of one of the little boys that was with him that day, she spoke out, and the commissioner spoke out too. And he has some interesting things to say that I wasn't really feeling. He's basically saying people need to stop making accusations, and he could have drowned because he knows those waters. Now I'm gonna let y'all see what they had to say about what's going on right now. They also have Nolan speaking after one of his games, and I'm just gonna let y'all watch what they had to say about this so far, and then we're gonna get back into the rest right after.
An urgent investigation to determine how 18-year-old Nolan Wells died on a boating trip with friends off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. As they await the results of the official autopsy, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office wants to hear from anyone who was on Horn Island over the 4th of July weekend.
I would urge anyone that had information or was on the island to let us interview you and take down as much information as we can to really piece together and figure out what may have happened.
Authorities say Wells' friends left the island and he stayed behind and was supposed to take a different boat back to the mainland Saturday, but never did. After a desperate search, Wells' body was found off the shore Monday. Investigators say they have no information at this time to indicate a crime was committed. And this morning, for the first time, we're seeing and hearing from Wells, who spoke with our affiliate WLOX on the day he signed to play college football.
It's truly a blessing, you know, just being here with like some of my best friends, teammates, and we're all going to college together, most of us, so it's just truly a blessing to be here.
His high school coach saying Wells was much more than an outstanding football player and that he carried himself with humility, treated others with respect, worked hard, and led by example. The teenager's emotional family, desperate for answers, they've hired civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who says his team will conduct an independent investigation.
And the family's new attorney, Ben Crump, says he will fight for the timely release of any records and witness accounts in this.
Okay, so now that y'all seen that, now I told y'all the other day that they were doing an autopsy on him, and there was, you know, basically confirming if it was him or not, even though the mother already had did so. They did confirm this. They did say what they had to say about, you know, his dental records and stuff like that. Basically just 100% confirming it was him. I'm going to show y'all that video right here as well, so y'all can check that out.
WLOX News now at midday. I'm Brandy McGill. This morning, we are continuing to push for answers on what happened to Nolan Wells. He's the teen after his body was found out on Horn Island. Today, an autopsy is being done at the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office Coast Crime Lab, and Will Polston is outside the lab now with what he knows. Will?
Well, good morning, Brandy. Good morning, everybody joining us. If you've been keeping up with us here at WLOX, you know the case and the story of Nolan Wells, who had disappeared back on July 4th, and then a body presumed to be him was discovered yesterday around 8:45 a.m. Here behind me in the forensics lab is where hopefully the family will get some new answers. While the family did take to social media and say that the body was Nolan Wells, the coroner of Jackson County, Bruce Lind, says he's waiting for the DNA results from this test that will come back and confirm whether or not it is him. Of course, there is a lot of speculation that it is him, and with the family confirming and Sheriff Ledbetter of Jackson County also saying that he matched the description. And now also we're hoping that this, with the autopsy coming forward, now we don't know exactly when the results will come forward, but we do know that it was being conducted today. I was told this morning by Bruce Lind, the Jackson County coroner as well. So we're going to get some answers. The family's going to get some answers revealing the cause of death and the condition in which Nolan Wells was found as well. We got a chance to speak with multiple agencies, including the United Cajun Navy, just talking about the looming questions that still stand that will hopefully be answered by this autopsy.
That's the question everybody's asking. Truly, what happened? We're not law enforcement. We are a volunteer group that specializes in search and rescue, search and recovery. We leave the investigating to the law enforcement officers. And I think that's the question everybody has. Truly, what happened? All we know is the end result. We're going to leave that investigation to law enforcement, and I hope they come up with a solution or come up with a storyline on exactly what happened to Nolan.
Now, this autopsy will determine the next steps in the investigation. Sheriff Ledbetter in Jackson County does say that the investigation is ongoing. They've been interviewing multiple people who may know something and following multiple leads to find out what happened on the island on the day of July 4th. Live in Harrison County, Will Polson, WLOX News Now.
All right, well, thanks so much for that. We'll continue following that story. Happening right now, Jackson County authorities are seeking any pictures or video taken on Horn Island this weekend that could help answer questions about what happened to Nolan Wells. The Jackson County coroner says it could be a couple of weeks before we know the cause of death of the 18-year-old. The coroner says dental records confirmed today the body recovered Monday off Horn Island is Wells, but results from the tests done during today's autopsy by the state medical examiner will take many days to come back. Wells was reported missing after visiting Horn Island with a group of friends on the 4th of July. His family is now grieving their beloved son and a life gone too soon. Brandy McGill shows us how Nolan Wells is being remembered. Who was Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old that went missing on 4th of July out at Horn Island? Well, he was a 2025 graduate here at Ocean Springs High School, a multi-sports athlete who more so dominated the football field as a Greyhound, who went on to play at the collegiate level at Southwest Mississippi Community College. Well, his disappearance and now apparent death has sparked pain and hurt across South Mississippi, causing many to take to social media. The search for 18-year-old Nolan Wells went on for more than 40 hours, and his mother has not been silent since, thanking everyone for their support, love, and resources during this difficult time on social media. Nolan's mom also asking the public to respect their privacy and allow them to grieve. All this after her son was last seen July 4th around 3 p.m. on Horn Island. Nolan spent countless Friday nights on the field at Ocean Springs High School where family, friends, and community members all cheered him on. And just like on game nights, the community is still supporting Nolan and standing in solidarity with his family. Comments like these have been flooding the internet, many sharing love and prayers. One reading, sending you and your family a virtual hug, there are no words. And another reading, we stand with you, praying for a thorough investigation and peace. Both Ocean Springs School District and Southwest Mississippi Community College have also expressed their deepest condolences. The college is even offering resources like professional counselors and local ministers to assist teens. Tragic situation, and do understand there's far more questions than answers right now. But as law enforcement has stated,
sad, bro. Just keep on talking about it. Just makes me more and more frustrated and sad at the same time. Now, the commissioner, he said that he's a scuba diver. He's been doing it for years and stuff like that. And he knows those waters are all over the place. They can be this tall 1 minute, and they can be 20 feet in 1 minute, and just a lot of different things that are dismissive as well too, you know. Now, I think he's more so mad at the internet because they are spinning 1 million narratives, but at the same time, if we're not getting answers, what do people expect people to do? I'm not doing that. I'm just giving y'all what they give us and just giving my thoughts and opinions on that. But, you know, I think it's very, very distasteful to play with someone's life like that, the way that they're doing with him, saying that he may have taken something or some weird shit like that. We don't know. So let's just hold off on that, because you got to realize that the mother is actively looking at everything online. And she also wants people to stop believing everything that they're seeing. We're going to talk about that too in just a second. But this is the commissioner saying what he had to say about this whole situation. Now, let me know how y'all feel about what he's saying, his tone and things like that. Now, let's get into that.
What can you tell us? There is a ton of online speculation, whether it's on Facebook pages, on X, on Instagram. There are a lot of people that kind of act like they have information that they don't necessarily have any information, or at least not any that's credible, that's been vetted. What can you tell us at this point?
Well, Richard, let me first send my condolences to the family. I don't know them personally, but I have a lot of friends that have relationships with them and know them. And you know, I can't imagine what they're going through. I've got a senior that just graduated from Gulfport High, is 18. He and his friends remind me a lot of Nolan and his friends. And they go out, they hang out, they do a lot of things together. So my heart is bleeding for the family and the friends of Nolan who have suffered a tragic loss. And by all accounts, was just an outstanding young man with a bright future and well respected and loved by really everybody that I've talked to that he touched. So very tragic situation. I can tell you, I've grown up on these waters. I've lived here my whole life. I grew up going to Horn Island, going to Ship Island. I've camped on Horn Island. I've swam around those islands. It's very dangerous. I was taught at an early age on the west tips of those islands that you don't swim there because it'll drop from 3 feet, 4 feet to 20 feet in just a matter of a foot, and the currents will pull you out quick. And then I've been on the water. I'm certified scuba diver for 30 years. Done a lot of swimming, sailing, boating, fishing. Drowning is something that happens regularly out there, and it's a silent killer. People don't see it. It's 30 seconds, 40 seconds, you're underwater, and that's it. So hopefully we can raise some awareness about the dangers out there and teach people to be cautious. Right now, the autopsy report is still pending. The medical examiner at the Department of Public Safety handles that. Dr. Stacy Turner is a board-certified forensic pathologist, which means she's a doctor, an MD certified in forensics and pathology. And in my mind, probably the best medical examiner we've ever had in the state of Mississippi. She's been doing it a long time. She's very thorough and very well respected in her field. And she's going to look through this and see what the autopsy uncovers. And then we'll present that to the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. I've been on the phone with the sheriff, talked to him multiple times, and offered any assistance that we can. But right now, we're really waiting on the autopsy report to be completed and try to get witness statements and evidence from out in the field. I know the Sheriff's Department has put out a notice for folks to reach out. What I would tell folks is when you get on social media and you rant and rave and you intimidate and you create false narratives, there's going to be the possibility that witnesses aren't going to come forward because they don't want to be a part of all that. You think about the young girl that was last reported being in contact with Nolan and what she's had to go through with all the innuendos and things put on social media. Another witness might not come forward after watching that. And that's the tragedy of the situation. We're trying to gather information. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office is trying to gather information. We need witnesses to come forward. And this is counterproductive to those efforts.
Okay, now that y'all saying that, let me know your thoughts and opinions on that. Now, the mother is speaking out because people are saying that they are using that money for investigators and things like that, which is something that everyone would think. Now, she didn't directly say that exactly, but people in the comments were insinuating that they seen something that she may have been talking about because there's a page, I guess, that's saying that they're going to use the money for this and that. Whatever the hell they choose to use their money for is for them. People chose to give it to them, so that means that they can do what they need to do with their money. Now, obviously, we're all going to think that they're going to get a private investigator, attorneys, and things like that because they did hire Ben Crump. I don't know if he's doing it pro bono or not, but they have hired him to go ahead and rock with them on this case. Now, they have raised over $100,000. Shout out to them for doing so because I know they're going to be out of work. They got to do a funeral. It's a lot of things that we don't know what's going on inside of their household. So just, hold off on that. Now, people were mad that they did receive a certain amount of money, which is crazy to me, but I have heard that GoFundMe will continue to raise the amount if you reach the goal. I don't know how true that is, but I've seen a lot of people saying that, and people were saying that they also had that same thing happen to them, and they've seen other people go through the same thing. But other than that, right now, I'm going to show y'all what Secret Service Sam had to say. Now, we all have read this. If you're on the internet and you run across the mother's page because she deactivated it, a lot of people deactivated it that was associated with the case. Now, we're hearing that they're lawyering up at this moment, or they already have. We will verify that pretty soon. But the reason why I'm not going to read it, I'm going to let Secret Service Sam read it, is because he has been in direct communication with the family. I feel more comfortable doing so, even though it's the judge and we can do what we want to do with what she said. I'm gonna let him read it to y'all and let me know what y'all feel about this. But they did say, well, she said that her son last time seeing him was around 3 p.m. between 3 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. Just tell me what y'all think about this. Here you go.
Secret Service Sam here with an update on Nolan Xavier Wells. Now, Judge Ashley Cole has released an official statement. She is the mother of Warren, one of the kids on that was allegedly on the boat the day this happened. This is her Facebook account. I have confirmed this. She says, our family, along with the community, grieves the loss of Nolan Wells. Our thoughts and prayers are with Nolan's family. Our son, Warren, loved Nolan dearly. Unfortunately, I feel that it is appropriate for our family to dispel some rumors with facts based upon the social media attention that is being diverted away from the Wells family and their loss. Yes, I deactivated my Facebook. Given the very heightened emotional state of social media right now, I fear for the safety of my child and children. My husband and I have 6 children, and we covet their privacy. We do not believe it is appropriate for our minor children's photographs to be circulated throughout the internet, presenting potential threats to their safety. I graduated high school with Christine Wells Wansley. We are from the same community. I have the utmost respect for her and all of the Wells family. We mourn the loss of Nolan with them. Our prayers have been and will continue to be with them. My husband and I were not at Horn Island at any point on 4th of July. No one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement's quest for answers. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last at around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taking on water and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. Yes, I am a judge. I also value transparency. I apologize if anyone was offended that I deleted my social media. There were no nefarious motivations in my deleting my social media. Social media has a lot of positives, but a whole lot of negatives. We live in a world of clickbaiting, sad but true. My family is hopeful that this information will help to redirect the attention to the Wells family where their grief and their need for our community support. Now, some of the people commenting on her Facebook page say, I'm so sorry what you and your family are going through. The world is ignorant, cruel, and clueless. Unfortunately, media has taken a hold of this situation and made it about race. It's truly heartbreaking. Prayers to you and all the people, especially the family. Only white people will say that the media is making this about race. You have to listen to what the Black community is saying. Another person says, we all do not jump to conclusions. All right. And this is something people are saying, that people are jumping to conclusions. Well, everybody seemed to jump to conclusions in the Carmelo Anthony case. Do you remember? So I don't know. We have to take a deep look at what's going on. I respect the judge. I respect her privacy. I agree with her on some of these things. But there needs to be justice for Nolan because something nefarious did happen. Secret Service Sam Out Samson for president of the world.
Okay, so people been on her head about not being on social media and deactivating and stuff like that. But, you know, I can understand not wanting to be in the mix because people are going to be at you about what happened to Nolan. They're just point blank period, you know. But it's just sad and unfortunate that we don't have any more answers or anything like that. It's just they're already dismissing it as a drowning, you know. It's a couple of more things that I do want to say, but I might save it for another video. I know y'all want me to continue to be dropping these, so that's what I'm going to do if they come out with more, you know, bona fide information. But his friend spoke out too. That's one thing that I didn't.
I got some things to say about her statement, and I also got some things to say about the fact that they trying to she said that he decided to stay on the island and they left and he was going to leave with another group of friends. I got some things to say, but being as though I'm not caught up on these updates, I'm just going to keep listening to each update, and then after we listen to all the updates, we'll have a discussion because I already got a couple things don't make sense. So yeah, let's continue to listen.
Mentioned to y'all a while ago. I'm going to read what the friend posted. Basically, he said, oh boy, where do I even start? Nolan, you were truly a blessing in my life, man. From the day I met you, since we were kids, we just clicked. Or no, I'm going to read what the friend. I know, unfortunately, that we don't have any more answers or anything like that. It's just they're already dismissing it as a drowning, you know. It's a couple of more things that I do want to say, but I might save it for another video. I know y'all want me to continue to be dropping these, so that's what I'm going to do if they come out with more, you know, bona fide information. But his friend spoke out too. There's one thing that I didn't mention to y'all a while ago.
I do want to say this though. Y'all take note, right? So who was that? I can't remember his title. But the white guy that just did the interview with the other white guy. I want y'all to take note of a couple of things, right? Take note of the fact that they continuously say, we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. Let the investigation take place. But that guy got up there and basically said, this is going to be. No, he didn't say this is going to be. He implied, okay, that this was a drowning. Basically, pretty much. Because he went into this whole spiel about him being a scuba diver, him growing up on that island, him going to that island, knowing the waters, knowing this. See, a lot of times when people speak and they speak too much, they don't get it. They always dig a hole for themselves. When you go to talking about something that has that nothing's been confirmed as far as what happened to Nolan. The only thing we know is that he was left on that island and he's now deceased, right? Don't know if he drowned because he could have been unalive before he hit the waters. Don't know that. But when you get a person, especially a person with a title, right? That gets on the news and go to talking, over explaining. What that dude just did, I'm gonna be honest, damage control. And I'm gonna tell you why. He talked too much as far as what the waters was like and this, and the third, and that it could be just a drowning, right? For number one. For number two, I want y'all to pay attention to how he got up there on that interview and pretty much laid out the history, background, education of this medical examiner. See, this is why it's smart that those parents are paying for independent tests, autopsies, and things of that sort. Because, see, why you going to get up there on the interview so prematurely and you done pretty much laid out this medical examiner's resume? Why, though? Why, though? If she's one of the best, you ain't got to speak it. Let her do her job. Let's see what the findings are. Two things about that interview I want y'all to remember. The man overspoke when it came to those waters, and the fact that Nolan could have possibly drowned, and the fact that he went up there and spoke on that medical examiner. Because you got to remember and you got to know, when all these people stick together, especially when you're dealing with small towns, small counties, and all this, these people stick together. They communicate, they conjugate, they party together, they go to church together, and they stick together. Unlike us, them people stick together. Right? So that's what I want y'all to remember off of that little interview we just heard, okay? All right, let's listen.
I'm going to read what the friend posted. Basically, he said, oh boy, where do I even start? Nolan, you were truly a blessing in my life, man. From the day I met you, since we were kids, we just clicked. You always took me under your wing and showed me what a true friendship and brotherhood should be. I'm missing you more than anything, man. You never failed to pick me up if I was feeling down. You always put a smile on my face or made me laugh. You were someone that everyone would want to be around because you were.
I gotta say, I ain't never ever covered a case where before a determination of what happened to a deceased person came out, a council member, whatever the fuck this man was, came out here and pretty much laid down the resume of the medical examiner. Most of the time, you don't even know who the fucking medical examiner is until it goes to court. I gotta say it, y'all. Remember these facts.
Such a blessing. I'll cherish our moments forever. I'm extremely grateful to meet someone like you. Our friendship is irreplaceable. I love you so much. Man, it hurts so bad knowing I won't be able to speak to you every day. But this isn't a goodbye, brother. This is simply just see you later. I love you, man. Get your rest. I'll do anything to hear your laugh one more time, man. So yeah, man, it's just sad, bro. You know, having a bright future, being a good person, losing your life like this is just something that people can't forgive, and they're gonna want answers for it. Literally, every time you see anyone say anything, they have gave great reviews on him. You know, and don't take it out of context when we saying reviews, but that's just what it is. You know, they just telling you what's up with him. Now, the friend girl, she's allegedly cooperating with authorities. They gave conflicting stories. We'll figure out more about that a little bit later. I gave y'all.
This is what I'm saying, Tanya. This is what I'm saying. They all went to school together. No. I think it was said that the judge went to school with Nolan's mom. Now, I don't remember what this guy may have said he went to school with the medical examiner. Could have. But you just know, y'all know I'm going to go back and listen to that interview about 5, 6, 7 more times. Right? Y'all do know that, right? But yeah, being as though all these people went to school together, all these people work together, they go to church together, they party together, all of them. Just remember that. They better have an outside autopsy, because the way that man just came up there and laid out that lady resume, like he trying to put it out there that look, whatever she says is gonna go because she's this and that and the third. It's a reason for that shit. They better.
A couple of updates as y'all can see right now. So I'm gonna go ahead, get up out of here, let y'all holler at me in the comments. We're gonna go back and forth, talk about a couple of different things, and I'm gonna come at y'all with some other videos. But other than that, let me know your thoughts and opinions. We're gonna talk about this in the comments. All right.
Reporting live from Ivers Club for iPlus News, I'm John Appa. Breaking news coming out of our coverage on the case of Nolan Wells, a young black man who would end up missing on a remote island with a group of friends in Mississippi, in which he would be found washed ashore 2 days later. At the center of the conversation lies what happened to the 18-year-old that day, in which this unanswered question has left many feeling that foul play is involved. Now, a part of those reasons for some is Wells appearing to be the only black friend amongst his group of all-white friends that he traveled to the island with. While another reason is that there was a reported argument that took place on the island amongst those same friends and Nolan. Now, as mentioned, the family has hired civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump, who will now lead an independent investigation at autopsy. On Wednesday night, Crump would sit down with ABC News, where he would discuss his involvement with the case. And now, to the shock of viewers, would reveal that Wells' parents saw that messages were deleted out of his phone before it was returned to them by one of those friends.
What was going on with his cell phone?
Yeah, and
That's another thing. Y'all didn't come back with Nolan. Y'all said Nolan decided to stay on the island. How in the hell did y'all get his phone? So Nolan said, I'm going to stay on the island. I'm going to let my friends go, right? Who I came over here with, right? Who, according to my friend code when we were growing up, any kind of friend code that I know of, you come together, you leave together. It's like that when we get grown and go to the club. Women, let me know. We come together, we leave together, right? So let's just say, okay, so Nolan decided to stay back with a different group of people. What the fuck how did you end up with his phone? Did he say, here you go, dude. I'm gonna stay here, but take my phone. And then y'all in possession of his phone and kind of find out his message is deleted. Come on, bro. They can say what the fuck they want. They can rule it or drowning. They can do all that and this and the third. Because even if it is a drowning, somebody could have drowned him. Somebody could have pushed him in those waters. We're not going to dismiss it, even if it comes back that he just drowned. Okay, he just drowned. But how? And how the fuck did he just drown? So he just drowned and y'all brought his phone back. And then tell his mama that he drowned. Come on, bro. You got to make it make sense. The whole bringing the phone back to the island makes no sense. Them being in possession of the phone don't make no sense. Come on, bro. I ain't going with this one. I'm sorry. I am sick of them taking out our young men. I'm sick of them taking out our young men because they jealous. They jealous. And even though they smile and grin up in their faces, they low-key jealous. They can't stand it that Nolan was the top flight, athlete. Probably getting all their little white girls. I said it.
that's something that's really troubling to his family as well. The guys on the boat, they said Nolan stayed, but they took his cell phone. That's not adding up to them. And when the family gets the cell phone back, Lindsay, they're saying they are trying to understand why they're deleted messages. And so
now, as mentioned, many have already started pointing fingers at Wells' group of friends whom he traveled to the island with, and their silence for some appears to be very suspicious. On Wednesday, the mother of one of the boys named Warren would finally speak after more and more people continue to accuse her son of being connected to Nolan's death, and even the concern with her being a judge. On her Facebook, Ashley Cole would say, "Our family, along with the community, grieves the loss of Nolan Wells. Our thoughts and prayers are with Nolan's family. Our son Warren loved Nolan dearly. Unfortunately, I feel that it is appropriate for our family to dispel some rumors with facts based upon the social media attention that is being diverted away from the Wells family and their loss. Yes, I deactivated my Facebook, given the very heightened emotional state of social media right now. I fear for the safety of my child and my children. My husband and I have 6 children, and we covet their privacy. We do not believe it is appropriate for our minor children's photographs to be circulated throughout the internet, presenting potential threats to their safety. I graduated high school with Christine Wells Wansley. We are from the same community. I have the utmost respect for her and all the Wells family. We mourn the loss of Nolan with them. Our prayers have been and will continue to be with them. My husband and I were not at Horn Island at any point on 4th of July. No one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement's quest for answers. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taking on water, and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. Yes, I am a judge. I also value transparency. I apologize if anyone was offended that I deleted my social media. There were no nefarious motivations.
Pray about it, L Boogie, but I understand, girl. Pray about it. Because, baby, let me tell you something. Man, this type of stuff right here, it will have you, just pray about it, girl. Yeah, the judge went to school with the mama thing. Yeah.
In my deleting my social media. Social media has a lot of positives, but a whole lot of negatives. We live in a world of clickbaiting, sad but true. My family is hopeful that this information will help redirect the attention to the Wells family, their grief, and their need for our community support. Now, despite what they're hearing from other parents and the sheriff expressing they haven't found any evidence of foul play, Nolan's family is not letting up. As Crump would point out in his interview with ABC News, there are some clear inconsistencies taking place, like the young lady who Nolan was last seen speaking with, sharing that Nolan went back to the boat his friends were on, while those friends, as you can see, are saying that Nolan never got back on the boat with them.
And then you have the young lady make a statement, and she says, Nolan and I finished talking, and Nolan said he was going back to the boat. The boys on the boat said, no, Nolan told them he was going to stay with her. So which is it? And all we know is Nolan is dead.
Now, according to Benjamin Crump, the independent findings from Nolan's new autopsy is expected to come in on Friday. And if there were deleted text messages from Nolan's phone, there are a few possible ways those messages will be recovered and hopefully exposing what took place on the island that day. Let's talk about it more in the comments below. Now that we're hearing that there were deleted text messages in Nolan's phone before it was returned to his family, what do you think needs to happen next?
Damn, y'all, I'm sorry. I done hit the exit button. Hold on, let me bring it back up. Prayers for the family, absolutely. Hold on, y'all.
That this information will help redirect the attention to the Wells family and found any evidence of foul play, Nolan's family is not letting up. As Crump would point out in his interview with ABC News, there are some clear inconsistencies taking place, like the young lady who Nolan was last seen speaking with, sharing that Nolan went back to the boat his friends were on, while those friends, as you can see, are saying that Nolan never got back on the boat with them.
And then you have the young lady make a statement, and she says, Nolan and I finished talking, and Nolan said he was going back to the boat. The boys on the boat said, no, Nolan told them he was going to stay with her. So which is it? And all we know is Nolan is dead.
Now, according to Benjamin Crump, the independent findings from Nolan's new autopsy is expected to come in on Friday. And if there were deleted text messages from Nolan's phone, there are a few possible ways those messages will be recovered and hopefully exposing what took place on the island that day. Let's talk about it more in the comments below. Now that we're hearing that there were deleted text messages in Nolan's phone before it was returned to his family, what do you think needs to happen next? Reporting live from Hypers Club for Hype Plus News, I'm Janaba.
The family is concerned about that. So we're
all right, let's see what this one is. This is Carlos King again. This is another Carlos King, y'all. Remember, we're going down the timeline, y'all, chronologically.
going to have an independent autopsy. We have investigators talking to witnesses that have no alignment or no allegiance to the state. And that's important, Lindsay. When you think about Mississippi and the history of Mississippi, you know, this is the state where Emmett Till was.
where hopefully the family will get some new answers. While the family did take to social media and say that the body was Nolan Wells, the coroner of Jackson County, Bruce Lynn, says he's waiting for the DNA results from this test that will come back and confirm whether or not it is him.
All right, what's up with the YouTube fam? I'm back again with another video right now. Listen, basically, we got an update pertaining to Nolan Wells once again, right? Now, I got to start it off the correct way by saying RIP to him, and I want to send my condolences out to everybody out there that has a genuine love for him, especially his mother and father. This is something that's very, very tragic, and I know it's frustrating as well to not have any answers, but today we're going to be talking about what Ben Crump has to say, the attorney that has presided over this case that they have hired, right? Now, basically, I told y'all yesterday and I showed y'all a video clip of the news and different things like that, speaking about Ben Crump jumping in on this. And he also announced it as well on his social medias, right? And they also say that they are urging people to send in information. Now, I'm going to say this right here. When they say information, they're talking about pictures, videos, and all of the other stuff, right? Now, I'm going to show y'all that clip again for those who may have missed it or just didn't see it yesterday. This is what I showed y'all yesterday.
Morning, an urgent investigation to determine how 18-year-old Nolan Wells died on a boating trip with friends off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. As they await the results of the official autopsy, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office wants to hear from anyone who was on Horn Island over the 4th of July weekend.
I would urge anyone that had information or was on the island to let us interview you and take down as much information as we can to really piece together and figure out what may have happened.
Authorities say Wells' friends left the island and he stayed behind and was supposed to take a different boat back to the mainland Saturday, but never did. After a desperate search, Wells' body was found off the shore Monday. Investigators say they have no information at this time to indicate a crime was committed. And this morning, for the first time, we're seeing and hearing from Wells, who spoke with our affiliate WLOX on the day he signed to play college football.
It's truly a blessing, just being here with some of my best friends, teammates, and we're all going to college together, most of us. So it's just truly a blessing to be here.
His high school coach saying Wells was much more than an outstanding football player and that he carried himself with humility, treated others with respect, worked hard, and led by example. The teenager's emotional family desperate for answers. They've hired civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who says his team will conduct an independent investigation.
And the family's new attorney, Ben Crump, says he will fight for the timely release of any records and witness accounts in this case. Nolan Wells would have turned 19 next month. Guys, family just wants some answers here, Alex. Thank you for staying on.
Happening right now, Jackson County authorities are seeking any pictures or video taken on Horn Island this weekend that could help answer questions about what happened to Nolan Wells. The Jackson County coroner says it could be a couple of weeks before we know the cause of death of the 18-year-old. The coroner says dental records confirmed today the body recovered Monday off Horn Island is Wells. But results from the tests done during today's autopsy by the state medical examiner will take many days to come back. Wells was reported missing after visiting Horn Island with a group of friends on the 4th of July. His family is now grieving their beloved son and a life gone too soon.
All right, I'm back. So now that y'all can see everything that's pertaining to that. Okay, now Ben Crump, he jumped in on everything and he had a couple of things to say about, some of the inconsistencies that are floating around this situation. Now, for them to be saying two different stories, the group of friends and this young lady, that's a major red flag right there, because those things are supposed to coincide. They're supposed to be basically just, supposed to match basically. So to have two different stories floating around is crazy to me. So one group of people said that he was supposed to be leaving with a young lady, and the young lady said that he was supposed to be doing something else. So that's out of the picture right there, in my personal opinion. Now, the cell phone was brought in, and basically with the cell phone being brought in to the mother and the father, they have noticed that messages have been deleted from the phone. Now, how they know this or what's going on, we don't have clear communication on that as of now, unless Ben Crump has said things in other places, which I've seen him posting on other people's channels and stuff, but I don't really like to speak on what other people have to say after he's not on there. So I can show y'all a clip or two of what I've seen he said, but basically I'm going to show y'all what he said on the news. And what he said on the news is very damning, and I feel like that there is a lot of inconsistencies that need to be brought to the forefront. And for them to consistently be saying that they feel like he's drowning, or no, he's drowned, I'm tripping, it's something that's so, weird to me. And for the guy yesterday to say that the medical examiner is such a great examiner and things like that, just kind of threw me like, why are you specifying certain things about this young lady? Why don't you just say,
my God, today, this is why I love this man. Y'all know before coming live, I react real time, man. Real time to these videos, right? So when I think something, say something. That's why I always, when something hit me and I be like, no, I ain't gonna say that. And then I say, yeah, I'm gonna say it. And then when I play, a video, and these people, and it's the same thing you said. You gotta think about it. He just said it. Why are you sitting up here like you interviewing this young lady? I mean, like you doing too much. You doing too much. You doing too much coming out here, pretty much giving us a rundown on the island, right? Talking about the waters and the raging waters and many people drown out there, this, and that, and the third. See, you setting the stage. You setting the stage, right? And then you pretty much put the medical examiner on the pedestal. Bruh, we ain't trying to hear all that. And he just said the same thing. That shit is weird. It doesn't make any sense. I have never seen a case where a person was getting an autopsy or scheduled for an autopsy or whatever, and somebody on the upper level come out and pretty much get a motherfucking medical examiner praise. For what, though? Like I said, we don't even know who this person is until trial, until they testify. You got to make all this shit make sense. Come on, Carlos.
He's drowning, or no, he's drowned. I'm tripping. It's something that's so, weird to me. And for the guy yesterday to say that the medical examiner is such a great examiner and things like that, just kind of threw me like, why are you specifying certain things about this young lady? Why don't you just say, hey, we're waiting on this and waiting on that? He's saying that just so I feel, this is my personal thoughts and opinions. I'm not saying that this is true. I feel it like that is being said because somebody has cooperated to the point where they know to say something or they are expecting something. But this is what Ben Crump had to say. And let me know your thoughts and opinions. I'm going to be right back.
This now is Attorney Ben Crump, who's representing Nolan Wells' family. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Crump. Just for where you sit, what are the biggest unanswered questions so far about this case?
Obviously, the biggest question is what happened to Nolan Wells. I think the reason this case has caught such fire is because they see the pictures, they see the video, and they're saying, hold on, you're trying to tell us just accept this an accident and sweep it under the rug? His mother, Christine, his father, Elmo, say, no, they will not allow that to happen. His friends, his community. I mean, he was a good kid. He was beloved. He was a college athlete. He had everything going for him. And so to go on that island for 4th of July celebration and then not to come back is what is concerning everybody, especially when you hear the contradictions.
And you're conducting your own investigation. How will that differ from what the authorities are doing?
Well, one thing, we're trying to be very transparent because the family has some concerns about the state of Mississippi doing an investigation of the death of a young black man where young white students may be looked at as having some culpability. So the family is concerned about that. So we're going to have an independent autopsy. We have investigators talking to witnesses that have no alignment or no allegiance to the state. And that's important, Lindsay. When you think about Mississippi and the history of Mississippi, this is the state where Emmett Till was lynched.
You mentioned earlier there are some contradictions.
Yes.
What gives you confidence or perhaps concern about the investigation so far?
Well, the fact that they continue to tell the family that we don't see any evidence of any foul play, even though you have students who record.
Yeah, I don't remember. You're going to have to go back. You're going to have to go back and catch it. I don't remember his name. I want to try to remember at least what his title was because he was some type of damn, I don't know. He got a title. But go back to it on my on this live and get it. I don't remember, Lanier. I don't.
Or the altercation while they were on the boats of argument where you had Nolan and somebody yelling at one another on the boat. So that's the issue. And then you have the young lady make a statement and she says, well, Nolan and I finished talking and Nolan said he was going back to the boat. And then the boys on the boat said, no, Nolan told them he was going to stay with her. And so they are conflicting. She's saying he went and got on the boat. They saying he didn't get on the boat. So which is it? And all we know is Nolan is dead.
The Wells family, how is Nolan's parents, how are they coping in this moment?
Lindsay, they are in disbelief. They are in disbelief. Nolan was to report back on Monday after the 4th of July to his college. That's when fall practice started. He did phenomenal. He was looking forward to getting an NIL deal with Division I football. He had everything going for himself, and his family just can't believe that he's gone. His mother, Christina, is in constant depression. But my baby is gone. His father is trying to be strong, but obviously he's trying to explain to Nolan's younger brothers and sisters what happened, Daddy. What happened?
Can you clarify for us what was going on with his cell phone?
Yeah, and that's something that's really troubling to his family as well. You know, the guys on the boat, they said Nolan stayed, but they took his cell phone. That's not adding up to them. The fact that then when the family gets the cell phone back, Lindsay, they're saying they are trying to understand why they're deleted messages. And so it's very concerning to them.
And we know that Nolan was a great athlete on the football field. Do we have any sense of how comfortable he was around water and boats?
You know, his father said he was an elite athlete, that he
I
practiced.
heard somebody say it was a girlfriend all the time. He definitely was talking to a female on that island. Now, I heard one account say it was a girlfriend and another account say it was just a friend. I don't know. But he definitely was talking to a female on that island. He just told you. The female who they talked to, who he was talking to, said he was going back to the boat. So, yes, there's a female. Now, whether she was a girlfriend or just a friend, I don't know.
His cell phone, his physical prowess. He said that his son could swim. And so they're just not accepting that Nolan drowned accidentally.
Beyond the headlines, have the Wells family said how they would like Nolan to be remembered?
Yeah, everybody, not only his parents, but the whole community, his teachers, his coaches, the people at his college, they're saying he was just a great guy. Always trying to be supportive, be encouraging, wanted to make the world a better place. His mother talked about his smile, and she's like, she doesn't know when she's ever going to smile again.
Mr. Crump, we thank you so much for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Lindsay.
This morning, we're continuing to follow the investigation to the death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells on Horn Island on July 4th and what's to come next. Tomorrow, there will be a press conference in New York with the family, Attorney Ben Crump and Reverend Al Sharpton. Plans to call for a full and transparent investigation. An autopsy was performed by the state medical examiner, but now civil rights attorney Ben Crump says that Wells' body is being flown to Washington, D.C. for an independent autopsy. Meanwhile, speculation on social media continues after Wells disappeared during the 4th of July outing with friends on Horn Island. Crump says that his team is conducting its own investigation, citing what he calls Mississippi's past.
One thing, we're trying to be very transparent because the family has some concerns about the state of Mississippi doing an investigation of the death of a young black man where young white students may be looked at as having some culpability. So the family is concerned about that. So we're going to have an independent autopsy. We have investigators talking to witnesses that have no alignment or no allegiance to the state. And that's important, Lindsay. When you think about Mississippi and the history of Mississippi, you know, this is the state where Emmett Till was lynched.
Crump says that he doesn't know if something sinister happened to Nolan, but he and the family intend
Okay, so now that y'all seen everything that's going on so far with Ben Crump, I'm pretty sure he'll come out with more information, more videos, and different things like that of that nature. I've seen somewhere that Ben Crump is allegedly supposed to be having the results of the autopsy by Friday. We will see how true that is. If I didn't see it for myself, then, you know, I don't really just believe that shit. I got to see it to believe it. But if I can find that information, I will be posting it over here. And y'all got to quit listening to everybody that's just in the comment section saying shit. You got to go off of facts. True enough, okay. I've heard certain things from certain people, believe that, but you know, some people just be saying some shit that they think or they heard another person say without bona fide facts, and I feel like that y'all should just overlook that. But other than that, I done said enough about this. I'm gonna come at y'all with more updates as they come out. But yeah, as y'all can see, all of this weirdo trickery and foolery that's going around really don't sit well with me at all. From the judge being involved with her son and she's speaking on it. And it's just a lot of different things that I just don't like. But look, we're gonna talk about this in the comments, and I will holler at y'all later on another video, and I will probably be give you more details in the next video, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to wait until we get some bona fide facts or something that's groundbreaking, or if Ben Crump comes out with more information. But yeah, let's talk in the comments. I'll see y'all in a couple of minutes.
All right, so moving on, let's go. This is Ben Crump again.
We're going to investigate every aspect of why Nolan Wells is not with us today. We know that he was with his friends. They went out on Horn Island, as Charles said. He was the only black teenager that was there. And, all of them came back safely on the boat with his cell phone, Harvey. But Nolan's body was found washed up on the shore on Monday morning. His family is not accepting that it was an accidental drowning. They haven't been told anything, but that's been the suggestion, and they're not accepting that because Nolan was a college football player. He was a superior athlete. He was in great fitness and condition, and so for them to try to say, well, we got his phone, but we don't know where he's at, and then he turns up dead. They are not accepting it, and there are so many questions, so many contradictions.
I know there is one friend, a young woman, who has come forward and has spoken to the police, and I'm wondering if she's spoken to you and how her version of events differ from what the other friends have said.
She hasn't spoken to us, but we know her statement that she released publicly. She said that she was talking to Nolan, and then Nolan said, well, I'm going back to the boat with the guys I came with. That's her version. She said that he did not leave with her, that he went back and got in the boat with the other boys. Well, the boys say that when they was talking to Nolan, he said he wasn't going to get in the boat with them, that he was going to stay with her, stay behind with her. Their statements contradict one another, and that is something that's very troubling. On top of the fact that we know there are videos circulating where there's argument where you hear Nolan arguing with somebody, and we're trying to say this is too much to just try to sweep under the rug. No, we want to have a thorough investigation as if it was 3 black boys and a white boy who was with them ended up dead. We want that same investigation.
You have such a history with civil rights cases. Are you suggesting race is an issue here?
We're talking about the state of Mississippi, and we know, based on the history of America, in the Deep South, there have been many racial killings where there were nobody held accountable. We don't know what happened here, but we cannot forget history, and we have to respect his parents saying that we want an independent investigation because we're not trusting people who are affiliated with Mississippi law enforcement. We have too many lived experiences as black people in America. It's not adding up. It is simply not adding up. The fact that what teenager gives up their cell phone, that is always something that has us bewildered. The fact that his parents, his mother and father, when they're looking at the phone, they're seeing some deleted messages. So they're trying to figure out what's that about. So we want to dot every I, cross every T, and look under every rock, literally, because they are not accepting that the police saying, well, there's no foul play, let's just go ahead and move on. Well, they can't move on because Nolan is dead.
Are they seriously investigating this? Are they talking to the family? What's the state there?
We don't know what they're doing. As I understand it, they have not communicated with the family.
Has Nolan's body been returned to the family? And do you have plans for, we've covered cases like this with you before, that there's going to be an independent autopsy?
We are flying Nolan's body from Mississippi to Washington, D.C. to have a doctor perform an independent autopsy because his parents wanted autopsy done by a doctor that had no affiliation with law enforcement in the state of Mississippi, because that's how concerned they are about getting to the truth and not having any hints of impropriety.
All right, let's see.
An 18-year-old football.
Let's see. This Chronicle Speaks. I'm gonna skip that one. That's probably gonna be the last one we listen to. Let's see. We're going in order, y'all. We're going in order as far as dates are concerned. Okay, so here's Nolan's parents.
More on the mysterious death of Nolan Wells. We're joined by his parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, as well as their attorney, Ben Crump. And before we get started, first off, I want to thank you for being here under these circumstances. I know how extremely tough it must be, and we can't express how sorry we are for you and your family. And first question, how are you two holding up?
Taking it second by second.
Day by day. second by second and day by day, which we all can understand. And I just want to ask you, the friends that Nolan traveled to Horn Island with, they say that he stayed behind voluntarily. Why would he stay behind?
That we cannot answer. I can't fathom why he would.
I don't know why he would. We always taught him to, if you go with a group, you stay with a group. Even when he was in college, he would say, Dad, well, we're going to ride down to a party or something in another city. And so I always tell him, look, if you go with 5, you come back with 5. Do not separate from your group. Because I always say safety is in numbers. And he always said, yes, sir. So he knew to stay with his group. So why would he split from his group? I don't know.
So that would have been unusual for him to split from the group. And you said he would always check in with you. Did he check in with you that day?
So that day, no, I don't. But of course, too, they were on the boat. And usually when he is out there, which it's not uncommon, he's, I think, since last year, he's been going there occasionally with his friends. And so it would always just be like, hey, Mom, I'm back type of thing. But this time there was no call or text from him. It was from his friend.
And then, too, we didn't worry a lot about it because, it was his last weekend to have fun because that Monday he had to report to school. We was preparing to take him back for camp to prepare for the season. So, we're going to see. He wanted to have his last hurrah before he locked down and get ready for the season. Because, like I said, the entire summer he's training. He got more serious. He started to understand what I was trying to tell him about football not just being fun, but as you get farther in it, it becomes a business. If you want to excel, you have to understand and have to understand both at the same time.
And we know, Ben, that you said that you're going to do an independent investigation.
Yes.
And you said you have Nolan's cell phone and messages were deleted. How could you tell messages were deleted?
Well, his parents got the phone back, and that's something that's important, Michael, because they tracked this phone on Life 360.
So Life 360, but when I received the phone call from Warren, I immediately called my friend Tashima, and I said, hey, have you guys seen Nolan? Because her 2 sons, Jalen and Javon, they grew up together. They played City League sports together. When they got into school, they played sports together. And so she was like, hey, okay, the boys were pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Well, how were you able to get the phone? So
we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone, they tracked it. And that highlights all these contradictions, Michael, the fact that...
Damn it to hell. So they didn't return the phone to the parents. And that's why I tell y'all all the time I can be sponsored by Life 360. I done told y'all about Life 360. I done told y'all over and over again about Life 360, so check it out. But listen. The boys didn't bring the phone to the parents like I thought. I don't know what y'all thought, but I'm thinking, okay, if the boys came back with the phone and now the parents have the phone, then the boys brought the phone to the parents. No. They had the phone, and the parents had to track the phone to find out that they had the phone. Come on, man. They had his phone, and the parents had to track the phone to figure out that they had his phone, and they had to go get it from him. Wow.
And my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone, they tracked it. And that highlights all these contradictions, Michael. The fact that they said Nolan was talking to a young woman, and she said that he said, I'm going back to get on the boat with the boys. The boys said that he said he was going to stay with her. And so that's an obvious contradiction. And then this video of this, you can hear an argument going where Nolan is saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And so then his phone ends up missing. I don't know any teenagers, Michael Strahan, who says, if you believe that story.
In the argument that they said Nolan had, he was saying, give me my freaking phone. Give me my freaking phone. He ends up passed away, and they have his phone. Come on, man.
This, you can hear an argument going where Nolan is saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And so then his phone ends up missing. I don't know any teenagers, Michael Strahan, who says, if you believe that story, I'm going to stay behind and I'm going to leave my phone. I mean, no young person leaves their cell phone. And so then there's so many things their parents were telling us about, even why didn't his body wash up with the tide on Sunday? Why would it come on Monday? It's not adding up. And that is the problem when you think about the history of Mississippi.
Yeah, so there's so many questions that need to be answered. And is there anything you'd like people to know about Nolan? What would you like them to know about your son?
No, so Nolan, Nolan was very loving. He was liked by all. It was not a friend he couldn't make.
No, we'll be right back with more for the parents of Nolan Wells and attorney Ben Crump. We're back now on GMA with the parents of Nolan Wells, Christina and Elmore Wansley. And I want you to please continue to tell us what you want the world to know about your son.
So Nolan was just like this bright light, right? Walk into a room, his smile, his energy was just so infectious. Like it's almost like he drew you into him. And he was just one of those people, like he always wanted everyone to be included. He didn't want anyone to feel left out. I remember one of his teachers emailing us. I can't remember what grade he was in, but basically it was math class. They had a special needs student and she asked a question and Nolan got everyone to put their hands down because he wanted that student to answer. And so the student answers the question and she was like, Christine, the classroom, Nolan went crazy and everyone else started going crazy, just celebrating that child, making them feel included. And that was the person he was. Like he loved everyone. And I always told Nolan, like, you have to be careful when you have such a big heart like that. I love that God blessed you with that, but you have to be careful with that because that it's not always returned, that type of love. But he was just a genuinely.
Same thing I taught my son. Having a big heart will get you, I'm not going to say in trouble, but having a big heart it's kind of like you can't win for losing. You teach your kids to be kind, to be nice, to be kind, to have a big heart. You teach your boys when it comes to ladies, females, you respect them, you help them, you teach them that, and then you have to teach them, even though I want you to be nice, be kind, have a big heart, you have to be careful. You have to be careful because having that big heart will put you in situations like this. It will put you in situations to whereas you trust people that you shouldn't be trusted. It puts you in situations where you think you're doing the right thing. You set out to do the right thing. On your brain, on your mind, you think you're doing the right thing. And at the end of the day, having that big heart gets you taken out of here.
Be a good person. Like I always say, all the best parts of me are with him.
And Dad, anything else you want to add?
It's just, he's going to be really missed. I know a lot of his teammates, they all look to him as a leader. He's more like a silent leader. Not real big on words, more action, which is kind of like I was. I really wasn't real big on talking. I really wanted to show you and you follow me, and people follow him. And it just gravitated. He put in the work, he worked hard, and he knew he was focused on what he wanted. And he wanted to make life better for his family. He wanted to have his own family. He used to say, Dad, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. I said, well, so you got to take it one step at a time. Slow down, let's go, let's walk this thing out. Let's train, let's sign our deals, let's make these teams, make these camps, put the work in, and everything else will work out. Even his baby brother, their bond got even stronger because now I have a big brother he's finna do something. So now I want to outdo that. So his focus and his confidence has got even better. So I was looking forward to both of them having outstanding years.
He seemed like he inspired in the home and he inspired outside of the home. And Attorney Crump, where do we go from here? What's next?
Well, the deleted messages that Christina was going to briefly touch on, we want to get the phone and figure that out.
Backtrack on that. When we finally got his phone, me and my sister went through the phone. We went in his Snapchat. He had 2 accounts, absolutely nothing. It wasn't even 24 hours, which is how long videos and pictures stay in Snapchat. And I was just like, that can't be. Like, I've seen Nolan whenever he snaps, like when he goes and he's having fun, like he does videos. Like there was absolutely nothing, no saved videos. And even my sister was like, yeah, that's suspicious,
Michael,
you know.
We having an independent autopsy done at the behest of his family. Colin Kaepernick helped pay for the independent autopsy. We flew his body up from Mississippi to D.C. because they wanted an autopsy done by a person with no interaction with the Mississippi law enforcement, because there's an issue of trust here that is really important. And the fact that they keep trying to say, well, suggesting it was a drowning, but nobody out there reported him drowning, it's not adding up, Michael Strahan. It is not adding up.
And honestly, we are doing this because at the end of the day, I would hope any parent would fight for their kids to find out if anything happened, what did happen. So we just want honesty and transparency. We want a thorough investigation. We want that same respect that would be given to anybody else. And that's it. We just want answers.
Well, we really appreciate all of you being here. We hope you get the answers that you deserve to have, and we hope you get the closure that you need. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you
much.
And this morning, we're focusing on the desperate search.
All right, so let's see what this is, y'all. Let's see. We're moving quickly here so we can try to get it all in. Oh, that's this. Is this the same interview? I don't know. Let's see.
And this morning, we're focusing on the desperate search for answers in the mysterious death of 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells. He didn't return with friends after a 4th of July boat trip to a Mississippi island. Wells' mother reported him missing that very night, but tragically, a few days later, his body was found. Now, there are a lot of questions about what happened to him, and his family is demanding answers. Nolan's parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, and their attorney, Ben Crump, are joining us now in studio to talk more about this. Thank you both, and Attorney Crump, for being here under these especially difficult circumstances that no parent ever wants to live through. Christine and Elmore, can you help us understand what your understanding is of the timeline and what questions you both still have about what actually happened to Nolan?
So he basically, the night before, all the boys got together, stayed the night, 4th of July, they launched the boat, they went to the island, and that was that. I was expecting the, hey, we're back, like he normally does. Didn't happen. Get a phone call around 11, 4th of July. Hey, have you talked to Nolan? And I'm like, no, where's he at? So then my friend Tashima was so helpful in tracking his phone down, because everyone was looking at the Snapchat location because all the kids follow each other. But I was looking at Life 360 and I'm like, well, I don't understand, because I'm literally looking at his phone like it's at someone's house. So thankfully my friend did go grab the phone for us as we were kind of doing the other part of it, which was notifying, the local authorities, trying to figure out who we needed to speak to do the missing persons report, because I know that needs to be done as soon as possible, especially when we're talking about water. We wanted to make sure that we could try to find him. And that was the goal.
Who called you first initially, and how well do you know the people that Nolan was hanging out with that day? How familiar are you with them and their families?
So their families, we have not met. So Warren was the one who made the phone call, and he did contact the Coast Guard as well, which I know there's some discrepancies now with that. But he did contact them, and I was going back and forth with the sheriff's department and the city of Ocean Springs. Who do we talk to? So then it turned into I had to contact DMR, and DMR took the information, but then reverted me back to Ocean Springs Police Department. So it's kind of like, where do we go from here? So Jackson County basically was like, hey, we're gonna take it over. We'll go ahead and do the report.
Well, the mother of one of the boys who was with Nolan apparently posted on social media that Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and then return inland later with another group of friends. Were you made aware of that plan beforehand? Is that something that Nolan would have done or would do often?
No.
No, he wouldn't. Nolan was always taught to stay with the group. If you leave with me, you come back with me. So that I don't understand. And with me being a parent, if I was in that situation, I would have told him, you're going to get back on this boat with me, because I don't want to have to answer to your parents if something happens to you.
Right.
So you're going to get on the boat. And if you still don't want to get on the boat, someone give me a phone so I can make a phone call to get your parents on the phone so they can tell you to get on the boat. But at no time will I leave someone else's child especially on the island.
So you think he got left behind then?
Yes. I don't believe he decided to stay on the island by himself. It just doesn't, that's not his character.
Attorney Crump, you have a lot of questions about what happened, ranging from the fact that the police very quickly declared that they didn't see any evidence of foul play, but then said that they were now investigating, to the timeline, the idea of where the phone could potentially be. Help me understand.
Vlad, there are so many glaring contradictions, and that's why so many people all across America are chiming in saying this is not adding up. I mean, you have them saying he was talking to a young lady, and she said that he said, I'm going to get back on the boat with the boys. Well, the boys say he said that, no, I'm going to stay with her. I mean, which is it? And then on top of that, you talk about this video that's out there that shows this apparent argument going on where Nolan says, where's my freaking phone? What are you freaking doing? And then his phone turns up missing. I don't know any 18-year-old, if you go with their story that he said he was going to stay behind, I'm going to leave my cell phone behind. It's not adding up. And so those are the things that his mother and father are saying, we're not accepting this. He was a college athlete. He was in superb shape. And so he's a good swimmer. And you see the video of all those people out there. If he's drowning, nobody's going to help.
But the video that you're talking, sorry, now the video that you're talking, go ahead.
I was going to say, you reposted that video. Now, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, they are calling for people to send in any videos or anything that they may have seen. What are they communicating with you about the investigation and what they are getting from people?
They haven't communicated much at this point. In fact, his mother, as she said, they had to track down the cell phone, and she can talk about the deleted messages that are very concerning to her because it's relevant. All of it is relevant to finding out how Nolan Wells ended up dead.
Let me ask you really quickly on that video that you posted. Are you sure that that is Nolan's voice that we could hear on the video?
Well, and there are kids. Kids are talking, and kids are always talking that there was an argument. So we have independent investigators doing it, and we get an independent autopsy. Colin Kaepernick paid for his body to be flown up to Washington, D.C. from Mississippi because his parents have some distrust when you think about the history of Mississippi.
Oh, yes. And Christine, going back to that cell phone, you said you were able to recover it.
Yes.
So you saw clear signs that there were deleted
So there were
conversations?
definitely concerns just because Nolan is always on Snapchat. He will be like, hey, mom, smile, you know, put a peace sign. So when me and my sister went through it, there was nothing.
There was
no saved videos. There was nothing in there. She went to the secondary account. There was nothing in there. And I know, you know, when kids get together for events like that, you know, they're snapping. They're making videos, taking pictures. And so I'm just like, where is it? Because it hadn't even been 24 hours when we started looking, which usually with Snapchat, it goes away once you hit that 24-hour mark.
Amor, can you, for all of us who are so concerned about what happened here, just tell us a little bit more about your son? Who was he? What kind of man was he growing up to be?
He was very respected by the community. He was very respected by a lot of people. There wasn't a friend that when people gravitated to know him. That was just the type of person he was. He was I would say a silent leader when on the field and on the basketball court. People would follow his actions and not his words. I'm a person, I believe action is more important than words. You can tell me 1,000 times you love me, but show me you love me. If you are my real friends and I'm giving you this trust, you need to get it back to me by making me get on that boat. It's 3 of them. One of me, yeah, we may tussle, but when we get back to the mainland, either we gonna tussle some more, or we gonna go party. So, and same with the adult. If that was your child, and I was the one there, you would have wanted me to make your child get back on the boat. So, there was a lot of bad decisions made. I don't think my son volunteered to stay on the island. I can't believe that.
All right. Thank you both for being here. We're so sorry about this, and we hope that there is some news that comes out of this investigation. We'll be watching. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
This morning, investigators in Mississippi are combing over videos taken on Horn Island around the hours Nolan Wells.
Hold on, let me see where we at. Okay.
This morning, investigators in Mississippi are combing over videos taken on Horn Island around the hours Nolan Wells was last seen alive, including this clip from social media that has gone viral, the contents of which are unclear.
I don't know the origins of that video at this point, but yes, we are looking into it. That's been brought to our attention.
Wells and his friends were celebrating the 4th of July. The sheriff now looking into claims from the mother of one of the friends who says Wells decided to stay behind when a mechanic.
Mods, don't argue with that person. Don't argue back and forth with that person. Just get their ass out of here. Nobody got time. Because you're taking the focus off what we're talking about here. We're not talking about no code. We're not talking about, and then too, what fucking code are you talking about? We're not doing that. I do not play distractions in my chat. So stop it.
mechanical issue caused their boat to take on water.
I believe I'm aware that she said that, or she may have made that in a written statement, but as far as our findings of that, that's still part of our ongoing investigation.
ABC News confirming one of Wells' friends on the trip made a missing persons report to the Coast Guard around 11 p.m. that night. Wells' mother filing her own report with the Sheriff Department just after midnight. Authorities have said they believe Wells drowned, but the sheriff stressed their work is still ongoing to determine exactly what happened.
We're awaiting the state's autopsy report from the medical examiner's office.
Wells' family attorneys launching their own investigation.
This is the thing. This is why, in my opinion, and I stand on it, that even if they just say he drowned, right? Even if they say he drowned, right? No foul play, no nothing, he drowned. How did he drown and nobody reported it? How did he drown and nobody reported it? Whether it was his group of friends or the so-called group of friends he supposedly, allegedly was left with. If Nolan drowned, because I'm sure Nolan at some point was not on that island all by himself and drowned and nobody knew he drowned. So if he, see, this is where I'm going to get ahead of the game. Just like that guy tried to get ahead of the game with that medical examiner and the rough waters of the island. Let us get ahead of the game. Okay, if he just drowned, there was no foul play, why come his drowning was not reported? Why come everybody that was out there on that island that he was in contact with act like they don't know what the fuck happened? And why come they had his phone? So let's do that. If he just drowned, right, and there's no foul play and he just drowned, why wasn't it reported? Why wasn't it reported? Who knew that he drowned? Who watched him drown? Who tried to save him? Who knew that he drowned? Who knew that he went into those waters and didn't report it? We ain't talking about no damn Bible now. You walking on thin. We're not talking about the Bible.
They allege his cell phone was returned with deleted text messages.
At this time, we do not have the cell phone that they speak of, and we've never had the cell phone. But it is to my understanding that we requested the cell phone for an extraction. We're working towards the same goal as the family. We want a thorough investigation, and that's what we're going to continue to do until we arrive at the answers that the family deserves.
And the sheriff says he and his team are still reviewing a substantial amount of video and images they have received from the public. And he says he welcomes that independent investigation the family attorney says they plan to conduct. Michael?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of questions still to be answered there. Appreciate you, Alex. And Nolan Wells' parents, they will join us in our next half hour.
This does not smell.
All right, hold on. Let me see where we at, y'all. I like to know the titles. Okay, so this is Law and Crime. This is our Law and Crime right here, y'all.
Right. One of them is telling the truth. One of them is not.
We just want to know what happened and why our baby didn't come home.
Reverend Al Sharpton and attorney Ben Crump standing with the family of Nolan Wells today, demanding a full investigation into the death of the 18-year-old college football player whose body was found on Mississippi's Horn Island. As the family awaits the results of an independent autopsy, new questions are being raised about what really happened to Nolan Wells. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Big update in the Nolan Wells story. This is something we've been following. There is a major press conference that was just held. And this is the story of that 18-year-old Southwest Mississippi Community College football player, graduate of Ocean Springs High, who disappeared while boating with friends on Horn Island. This is right off the coast of Mississippi. It's back on the July 4th weekend. We know that his body was tragically found that Monday on the island, washed ashore. His family is demanding transparency. They're demanding a full investigation. In fact, Christine and Elmore Wansley told Good Morning America, GMA, in an interview today, we just want honesty and transparency. We want a thorough investigation. We want that same respect that would be given to anybody else, and that's it. We just want answers. And they have even retained prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump. We did a sidebar yesterday explaining why they would want to hire a lawyer at this time. It's about ensuring that they get the information they're seeking, potentially assessing a legal issue for a lawsuit, pressuring authorities to be transparent about the investigation. Or
y'all stay tuned. We're going to do part 2 of this tomorrow. We're going to do part 2 of this tomorrow where we're going to watch that complete complete press conference that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton did. We're not going to cover it today because I'm on the time limit, but on tomorrow morning we will discuss that press conference, okay?
ordering an independent autopsy. In fact, Ben Crump told ABC News Live this week that Nolan's body would be flown to Washington, D.C. for an independent autopsy. This came after the Mississippi State Medical Examiner already apparently performed an autopsy, but that agency indicated that the results could take weeks because of toxicology tests. Those findings are pending. Now, there is something to keep in mind here. Authorities reportedly believe this was a tragic accident, that this was a case of drowning. According to the New York Post, John Ledbetter, the Jackson County Sheriff, said there's no information that we have right now that would lead us to believe that a crime has occurred. According to CNN, Jackson County Coroner Bruce Lind indicated there were no immediate signs of physical injury. But this is a story that has gotten a lot of attention. It has sparked many thoughts, many theories, particularly given what we're learning. For instance, according to CNN, Nolan didn't return to the dock with his friends that day. His family didn't understand why he would separate from them, that he was supposed to take a different boat back, but didn't. That Nolan apparently didn't have his cell phone with him, that there were reports of an alleged altercation that day. We know the Jackson County Sheriff's Office is reportedly still investigating all of this. But according to the sheriff, one of Nolan's friends contacted the Coast Guard on the night of July 4th at around 11 p.m. Nolan's mom apparently called the sheriff's office leading into July 5th. And the family has concerns about, for example, why Nolan would stay without friends. Christine telling GMA, quote, that we cannot answer. I can't fathom why he would. Elmore saying, we always told him, if you go with a group, you stay with a group. There's also this. Christine apparently told GMA that they tracked Nolan's phone using the Life 360 app. They were able to get his phone through his friends, and she claims that some texts and messages were deleted. And apparently it was actually specifically in reference to Snapchat. Now, one of the things that authorities are apparently looking for and asking for are unedited photos and videos that were taken on July 4th. Sheriff Ledbetter telling outlet WXXV, right now, I know time is of the essence, but folks want answers 10 minutes ago. And unfortunately, that takes time to get the accurate information. It's going to take a lot of hard work. I think the family deserves the truth, and that's what we're here to provide for them and for the public. The sheriff adding, according to WAPT, I would urge anyone that has information or that was on the island to take down as much information as they can to piece together what happened. I say all that to tell you what happened today. There's a grieving family. They have a lot of questions. They want answers. What happened today? Major press conference was held in Harlem. You had the family, their attorney, Ben Crump, and Reverend Al Sharpton, all demanding the same things: transparency, answers, and the truth about what happened to Nolan Wells. So if you've been following this, you know there's been a lot of anticipation to this. We were expecting the family to potentially announce the results of that independent autopsy that was conducted. And again, this is separate from the state's medical examination. So it seems by all accounts, Nolan's body was flown to Washington, D.C. Now, we didn't get the results of that independent autopsy because there was reporting that we may get those today, but we did get something. Maybe not what everyone expected, but Reverend Al Sharpton kicked things off, and he was getting straight to the point.
What we've been told does not make sense. And being that there is lack of confidence in the local authorities, who have already, in my judgment, seemed to have mishandled where it was going, because to just immediately, before a week time, saying there was nothing done wrong, when we hear that this young man was engaged in some kind of argument that was on tape, that his cell phone and keys ended up with one of the people that were there on the island and got away.
Now we go to Ben Crump, and he claims the stories about what happened to Nolan just doesn't match.
The glaring contradictions just jump out at you. The fact that he is there with his friends, and you look at all the videos, it seems to be he's the only Black on the island, or maybe one other, but not many. And so, Jared, you have where a young woman he was talking to says that, well, Nolan said he was going back to get on the boat with the boys. The boys say that Nolan told them he was going to stay and talk to the young woman. It's a contradiction. They're not saying the same thing. One of them is telling the truth. One of them is not. And then the fact, Reverend Al, that they have this video of an argument that is going on. And you know, thank God, all young people, they have cell phones, and anytime you hear people raising their voice, they start the video. And so you hear on the video, Nolan saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And that becomes even more relevant when you think about the story that they are presenting, that Nolan chose to stay behind. That's what they're saying.
And he also brought up something that makes you stop and think. Nolan's phone.
His phone? He wouldn't take that with him if he's going to stay behind on the island? I mean, we're talking about an 18-year-old kid. What teenager would leave their phone behind if they're going to stay on this island? What teenager wouldn't take their phone? And so it's not adding up. It's not adding up at all. The fact, as Reverend Al said, you know, they then take his phone with them. His mother, when she finds out that her baby is missing, they start trying to track the phone. The GPS the phone, they've used Life 360, and they discover that, well, the phone is on land. The phone is on land, but you're saying he went missing on the island. And so it's not adding up.
From there, we heard from Christine, Nolan's mom, talked about what happened when she finally got her hands on that phone.
So when we made it home, my sister and I actually went through Nolan's cell phone, particularly Snapchat, because that is so popular with the children. And when we opened it up, there was nothing. There were no saved pictures. There were no snaps from that day. And we did open it before the 24-hour expiration. So we found that very concerning, only because anyone who's ever been around Nolan will tell you at social gatherings, he's taking videos, he's taking pictures, he's even come up to me when I'm getting ready to go to bed. Hey, Ma, come on, take a picture of me. You know, like he just, that was Nolan. So that's why we feel that things may have been deleted.
And here's one of the biggest questions of all. More than 200 people were reportedly on that island. Boats everywhere. Anyone see anything?
This notion that, well, he drowned, y'all have, I'm sure, seen all the videos out there. I mean, if he's drowning, nobody sees him drown, nobody offers assistance, nobody tries to help him. I mean, obviously, he stands out. He's, I think, the only black person I saw when I'm looking at the videos. And if you see him drowning, you mean nobody is going to try to help him? It's not adding up. It is not adding up. And that's why the family, at their behest, we had an independent autopsy being performed. And we thank Colin Kaepernick for helping to pay for that independent autopsy. And we thank Tyler Perry for helping to pay for the funeral, because as Reverend Al said, these were just regular parents going about their life. They weren't expecting any of this. And then we're having to try to hire all these experts to be able to go and see if they can retrieve deleted messages. We have to have experts. You'll hear from Attorney Park talk about, you know, where the body was found when it was recovered and how long it took to be recovered.
So despite prior assurances that Crump's team would have the autopsy results as soon as possible, it seems we're still waiting for those. And we're going to keep following the story. We're going to keep seeing what develops, because this is a family that's not going to stop. And I will tell you right now, neither are we. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. You can also check us out on NBC's Peacock as well. You want
They didn't just murder him. They physically and emotionally tortured him.
The body of 18-year-old black teenager Nolan Xavier Wells has been found. He went missing on July 4th while traveling by boat with 3 white friends to Horn Island, Mississippi.
I was told that there was a boat he thought he was going to get on that was leaving and that he might have been trying to swim to it. The only problem I have with that story is that if the people in the boat knew he was trying to swim to it and they saw him getting carried off with the current, they would have known about it. They would have been able to react to it.
It's not adding up. It's just not adding up. I mean, you had this 18-year-old kid who went out celebrating on the 4th of July with his friends on a boat. And tragically, they all came back, but Nolan didn't. And Nolan was the only African-American in the group.
Is there anything you'd like people to know about Nolan? What would you like them to know about your son?
This is the story of Nolan Wells, aged 18, a young black boy who went on a boat cruise with his young white friends but never returned alive.
The family's desperate search for their teen son ends in tragedy after a water search involving 8 law enforcement agencies ends in heartbreak.
His disappearance was said to be as a result of some sort of foul play by his friends, according to his family, but police remain adamant there isn't any foul play involved in his disappearance and death.
You mentioned earlier there are some contradictions.
Yes.
What gives you confidence or perhaps concern about the investigation so far?
Well, the fact that they continue to tell the family that we don't see any evidence of any foul play, even though you have students who recorded an altercation while they were on the boats of argument where you had Nolan and somebody yelling at one another on the boat. So that's an issue.
What happened in the case of Nolan Wells? Is it true that he was killed because he didn't want to participate in some type of ritual or some type of peer activities? Was it true his phone was taken from him and pushed into the river to drown? Why were all his messages and videos deleted? What does his mom and dad think about all of this? Well, let's find out in the video. Hello and welcome to Twisted Crimes. Subscribe and hit the like button for more stories. The story happened along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, around Horn Island, a barrier island off the coast of Mississippi. For many people in that area, Horn Island is known as a place for boating, swimming, hanging out with friends, and enjoying the water during summer weekends. On the 4th of July, it should have been a day filled with celebration. People were outside, boats were on the water, friends were gathering, families were enjoying the holiday. But for Nolan Wells and his family, that day would become the beginning of a nightmare.
Hey guys, this is our new GTV suggestion box. Y'all should start coming by the TV room and giving us suggestions every week. Let's see what we got today.
Nolan was close to his family, and that is one of the biggest reasons his parents say they do not believe he would have simply chosen to separate from everyone and stay behind on an island. His parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, have made it clear that the version of events they have heard does not sit right with them. Nolan was not someone they believed would just disappear from his group without a good reason. He was connected to his loved ones, and as a young football player, he had discipline, goals, and a future people were excited to watch unfold. That 4th of July, Nolan went on a trip with a group of young men to Horn Island. It was supposed to be a normal day with friends. They were on the island, enjoying the water and the holiday atmosphere. But at some point, the story becomes unclear. Nolan was last seen with the group, but he never made it back the way everyone expected. When the others returned and Nolan was not with them, the first question became simple. Where was Nolan? At first, people tried to understand whether he had stayed behind on purpose. One of the claims that later came out was that Nolan willingly remained on Horn Island while the others left. But his family strongly pushed back against that idea. His parents said they did not believe he would have voluntarily separated from the group. To them, that explanation did not sound like Nolan. And it did not explain why a teenager would stay alone on an island while his friends left. That is where the controversy began. The moment people started hearing that Nolan may have been left behind, questions started spreading. Why would he stay? Why would the others leave without him? Did they know he was not coming back with them? Was there an argument before he disappeared? Did something happen on the island that the public still does not know? And why did the story seem to change depending on who was telling it? Things started getting complicated when they got a hold of his cell phone and things were not adding up. There were clips showing what seems to be like someone taking his phone from him for some strange reasons. That still did not tell anyone where Nolan was.
Can you clarify for us what was going on with his cell phone?
Yeah, and that's something that's really troubling to his family as well. The guys on the boat, they said Nolan stayed, but they took his cell phone. That's not adding up to them. The fact that then when the family gets the cell phone back, Lindsay, they're saying they are trying to understand why they're deleted messages. And so it's very concerning to them.
And we know that Nolan was a great athlete on the football field. Do we have any sense of how comfortable he was around water and boats?
His father said he was an elite athlete, that he prided himself on his physical prowess.
For over 2 days, he was nowhere to be found. Authorities and search teams started looking around Horn Island and the surrounding area. His family waited, hoping he would be found alive, hoping there had been some mistake, hoping someone would come forward with a clear explanation. But days later, Nolan was found dead. His body was discovered on Horn Island, and the pain his family had been carrying turned into something even heavier. The search was over, but the questions were not.
It's not adding up. It's just not adding up. I mean, you had this 18-year-old kid who went out celebrating on the 4th of July with his friends on a boat. And tragically, they all came back, but Nolan didn't. And Nolan was the only African-American in the group. And so it is like making people harken back to the sins of the past in the state of Mississippi. And so I think that's why people are so concerned with getting to the truth of what happened to Nolan Wells. It is so many things that don't pass the smell test here. Nolan was a college football player. I mean, he was in superior shape. His family and a lot of his friends are not accepting that this was a drowning, an accidental drowning.
Nolan's mother believed something was not right.
The desperate search for answers in the mysterious death of 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells. He didn't return with friends after a 4th of July boat trip to a Mississippi island. Wells' mother reported him missing that very night, but tragically, a few days later, his body was found. Now, there are a lot of questions about what happened to him, and his family is demanding answers. Nolan's parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, and their attorney, Ben Crump, are joining us now in studio to talk more about this. Thank you both, and Attorney Crump, for being here under these especially difficult circumstances that no parent ever wants to live through. Christine and Elmore, can you help us understand what your understanding is of the timeline and what questions you both still have about what actually happened to Nolan?
So he basically, the night before, all the boys got together, stayed the night. 4th of July, they launched the boat. They went to the island. And that was that. I was expecting hey, we're back, like he normally does. Didn't happen. Get a phone call around 11, 4th of July. Hey, have you talked to Nolan? And I'm like, no, where's he at? So then my friend Tashima was so helpful in tracking his phone down because everyone was looking at the Snapchat location because all the kids follow each other. But I was looking at 360 and I'm like, well, I don't understand because I'm literally looking at his phone like it's at someone's house. So thankfully my friend did go grab the phone for us as we were kind of doing the other part of it, which was notifying, the local authorities, trying to figure out who we needed to speak to do the missing persons report, because I know that needs to be done as soon as possible, especially when we're talking about water. We wanted to make sure that we could try to find him. And that was the goal.
Who called you first initially, and how well do you know the people that Nolan was hanging out with that day? How familiar are you with them and their families?
So their families, we have not met. So Warren was the one who made the phone call, and he did contact the Coast Guard as well, which I know there's some discrepancies now with that. But he did contact them, and I was going back and forth with the Sheriff's Department and the City of Ocean Springs. Who do we talk to? So then it turned into I had to contact DMR. And DMR took the information, but then reverted me back to Ocean Springs Police Department. So it's kind of like, where do we go from here? So Jackson County basically was like, hey, we're gonna take it over. We'll go ahead and do the report.
Well, the mother of one of the boys who was with Nolan apparently posted on social media that Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and then return inland later with another group of friends. Were you made aware of that plan beforehand? Is that something that Nolan would have done or would do often?
No.
No, he wouldn't. Nolan was always taught to stay with the group. If you leave with me, you come back with me. So that I don't understand. And with me being a parent, if I was in that situation, I would have told him, you're going to get back on this boat with me because I don't want to have to answer to your parents if something happened to you.
Right.
So you're going to get on the boat. And if you still don't want to get on the boat, someone give me a phone so I can make a phone call to get your parents on the phone so they can tell you to get on the boat. But at no time will I leave someone else's child especially on the island.
So you think he got left behind then?
Yes. I don't believe he decided to stay on the island by himself. It just doesn't, that's not his character.
Attorney Crump, you have a lot of questions about what happened, ranging from the fact that the police very quickly declared that they didn't see any evidence of foul play, but then said that they were now investigating, to the timeline, the idea of where the phone could potentially be. Help me understand.
Vlad, there are so many glaring contradictions, and that's why so many people all across America are chiming in and saying this is not adding up. I mean, you have them saying he was talking to a young lady, and she said that he said, I'm going to get back on the boat with the boys. Well, the boys say he said that, no, I'm going to stay with her. I mean, which is it? And then on top of that, you talk about this video that's out there that shows this apparent argument going on where Nolan says, where's my freaking phone? What are you freaking doing? And then his phone turns up missing. I don't know any 18-year-old, if you go with their story that he said he was going to stay behind, I'm going to leave my cell phone behind. It's not adding up. And so those are the things that his mother and father are saying, we're not accepting this. He was a college athlete. He was in superb shape. And so he's a good swimmer. And you see the video of all those people out there. if he's drowning, nobody's going to help.
But the video that you're talking, sorry, now the video that you're talking, go ahead.
I was going to say, you reposted that video. Now, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, they are calling for people to send in any videos or anything that they may have seen. What are they communicating with you about the investigation and what they are getting from people?
They haven't communicated much at this point. In fact, his mother, as she said, they had to track down the cell phone, and she can talk about the deleted messages that are very concerning to her because it's relevant. All of it is relevant to finding out how Nolan Wells ended up dead.
Let me ask you really quickly on that video that you posted. Are you sure that that is Nolan's voice that we could hear on the video?
Well, and there are kids. Kids are talking, and kids are always talking that there was an argument. So we have independent investigators doing it, and we get an independent autopsy. Colin Kaepernick paid for his body to be flown up to Washington, D.C. from Mississippi because his parents have some distrust when you think about the history of Mississippi.
Oh, yes. And Christine, going back to that cell phone, you said you were able to recover it.
Yes.
So you saw clear signs that there were deleted conversations.
There were definitely concerns just because Nolan is always on Snapchat. He will be like, hey, mom, smile, you know, put a peace sign. Mm-hmm. So when me and my sister went through it, there was nothing. There were no saved videos. There was nothing in there. She went to the secondary account. There was nothing in there. And I know, you know, when kids get together for events like that, you know, they're snapping, they're making videos, taking pictures. And so I'm just like, where is it? Because it hadn't even been 24 hours when we started looking, which usually with Snapchat, it goes away once you hit that 24-hour mark.
Elmore, can you, for all of us who are so concerned about what happened here, just tell us a little bit more about your son? Who was he? What kind of man was he growing up to be?
He was very respected by the community. He was very respected by a lot of people. There wasn't a friend that he couldn't make. People gravitated to Nolan. That was just the type of person he was. He was I would say a silent leader when on the field and on the basketball court. People would follow his actions and not his words. I'm a person, I believe action is more important than words. You can tell me 1,000 times you love me, but show me you love me. Mm-hmm. If you are my real friends and I'm giving you this trust, you need to get it back to me by making me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Making me get on that boat. It's 3 of them, one of me. Yeah, we may tussle, but when we get back to the mainland, either we're gonna tussle some more, or we're gonna go party. So, and same with the adult. If that was your child and I was the one there, you would have wanted me to make your child get back on the boat. So there was a lot of bad decisions made. I don't think my son volunteered to stay on the island. I can't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
She did not accept the idea that her son just stayed behind willingly. She did not believe the situation was as simple as people were trying to make it sound. They wanted answers about the people who were last with him. They wanted answers about his phone. They wanted answers about what happened on that island before Nolan vanished. Police was saying there was no foul play after his autopsy was done, but his parents were not having that due to some of the finding they have made on their own, which includes the video of someone taking his phone from him and his Snapchat videos being deleted.
We're still waiting on the truth to come out. Still waiting on the accurate, as much accurate information as we can get.
Just days after Nolan Wells' body was recovered from the waters of Horn Island, the Sheriff's Department released that they're searching for further information regarding an altercation that took place on the island on the 4th of July. WXXV has firsthand information from an eyewitness stating that Nolan was not directly involved in an altercation on the island, but those with information surrounding the situation are encouraged to speak with law enforcement.
We've already taken steps, as you said, even before the positive identity was made of number one, what we did yesterday, put out a call to action to the public for anyone with authentic information and videos, photos, firsthand witness information and knowledge of Horn Island that day involving Nolan or someone that may have seen him or knows him or was around him, just so we, for the truthfulness of our investigation, to get as much information as we can, because I think the family deserves the truth, and that's what we're here to provide for them and for the public.
His parents said his Snapchat appeared to have been wiped. That raised even more questions. If Nolan's messages were gone, who deleted them? When were they deleted? Were there conversations that could have explained what happened before he disappeared? Was there anything on that phone that someone did not want the family or investigators to see? According to the family's concerns, there were questions about whether the phone was with Nolan, whether someone else had access to it, and whether important information had disappeared. In a case like this, a phone can be one of the most important pieces of evidence. People online had a lot to say about the situation.
Nolan Wells drowned. Why are people so quick to blame his friends?
His white friends left him alone on an island 12 miles off the coast without his phone.
The sheriff said he chose to stay. It's a tragedy, not a crime.
They left and went back without Nolan. From what we understand, he chose to stay there.
Yeah, that's called shifting blame onto the victim.
Come on, the sheriff investigated.
Before the autopsy results came back, and there's a viral video of a heated argument on the island that day that authorities are now actively investigating.
People argue at parties all the time.
Listen, if 3 black boys left a white boy alone on an island without his phone and he turned up dead, would the sheriff be going on Good Morning America blaming the victim? Black people make up 35% of missing persons cases in the FBI database and receive only 7 to 11% of media coverage. This story only went national because the internet demanded it.
So the system isn't just failing Nolan.
It's working exactly as designed.
As said earlier, a video appeared that people claimed showed Nolan having issues with the group before he disappeared. In the video, Nolan can reportedly be heard asking for his phone. That moment became very important to people following the case because it seemed to show tension. It raised the possibility that there had been some kind of argument or disagreement before Nolan vanished. The family's attorney suggested that foul play should not be ruled out. He said there were contradictions in the story and questions that needed to be answered. He wanted investigators to look deeper, not just close the case too quickly. From the family's point of view, there were too many things that did not add up: the claim that Nolan stayed behind willingly, the missing Snapchat messages, the phone questions, the video, and the behavior of the people who were last seen with him. Friends of Nolan also began speaking out.
Did y'all hear one of Nolan's real friends speaking about what he believes happened? Listen to this.
I know that friend group that he was with is known for, I don't know if I can say the substance, but they're known for doing a certain substance. And, you know, some of us who have spoke to Nolan prior to the island date, we know that they were known for
All right, y'all, it started buffering, so I stopped it. I want y'all to hear this. This is a friend, y'all. A friend of Nolan's. Hopefully it won't buffer. Every time it's time for me to go, it start acting up. But okay, let's listen, y'all. Let's listen.
The behavior of the people who were last seen with him. Friends of Nolan also began speaking out.
Did y'all hear one of Nolan's real friends speaking about what he believes happened? Listen to this.
I know that friend group that he was with is known for, I don't know if I can say the substance, but they're known for doing a certain substance. And, you know, some of us who have spoke to Nolan prior to the island date, we know that they were known for doing that substance. Another thing that we believe is, what if they peer pressured him into doing something? And again, with a mixture of alcohol and...
This is allegedly, y'all. This is allegedly. And then Jesus just giving us his synopsis of what he feels. So allegedly, Jesus, you got to remember when you're getting on these panels, you got to say allegedly, because somebody will try to wrap you up.
Allegedly, coming from his friend group that knows him very well. I'm talking about teammates that played with him, went to school with him, and folks that see him every weekend. Allegedly, we believe that maybe something just didn't go the way they wanted it to. Maybe they were trying to have a little bit too much fun, and it was just a mistake that they covered up. But I know for a fact that friend group that they were with is known for a certain substance. So it does not surprise me whatsoever. And I'm almost certainly confident, allegedly, that there was that substance on that boat. I know we won't know till the body gets tested and all that, but, you know, it's what makes sense to me. I don't believe he tried to swim back to the island or anything like that. There's just a lot of things that doesn't make sense. Why did they leave him in the first place? Why didn't they make sure he had a ride home? If that was me and my friend group that I typically hang out with, I mean, Nolan, yes, was in that, but if it was me and my 4 close friends, I'm not leaving that island until I leave with my friend.
Exactly. Because why the fuck y'all didn't bring him back with y'all? If he went out there with y'all, he should have fucking came back with y'all. And from the sounds of it, it sounds like Nolan has 2 separate friend groups, his black friend group and his white friend group. And it sounds like the 2 friend groups didn't really fuck with each other, but Nolan fucked with both of those friend groups. He said they known to be on that shit, and they probably tried to get Nolan to try that shit. And either 1, he wasn't going for it, and that's why they got to fighting, or 2, he actually tried it and it went bad, and they trying to cover some shit up. But either way, the family is going to get to the bottom of this shit. They're going to do an autopsy, and they're going to find out if there's any substances in his system. They're going to find out if there was any blunt force trauma and exactly what the cause of death was. So regardless of if these motherfuckers is telling the truth or not, the truth is going to come out.
The case also began drawing attention beyond Nolan's community. Public figures and celebrities began speaking about it. The daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. called the circumstances surrounding Nolan's death very troubling.
My first thought was, here we go again. And my second thought was, how do we ever get to a place where we can feel safe in this country? The stories that is trying to be written is as if, but something that's just too fishy. We still got some serious issues in this nation around, I'm just gonna say it, blackness. We got a problem with blackness. And we can't sweep it under the rug. And I thank God for the resilience, the determination, the courage of people to continue to bring this stuff to light and to challenge it. We need some more Ben Crumps. Can I just say that? Some days I'm like, Ben, you're one person. We have got to find a way to create strategy and plan to address these issues that we are faced with. And we may not be able to tackle it all, but we really are going to have to prioritize. But it's only going to happen if we make sure that we check our egos at the doors, and then we have to operate from a strategy and a plan and decide on what strengths we need and where those strengths lie.
Stop killing our children, son of a bitch. We don't care if you think you're rich. We love our children and the color of their skin, and we're getting tired of being called as the next of kin. You twisted monsters are going too far. Don't you know your own children will suffer if you keep magnifying the civil war? The people are becoming more and more empowered.
For Nolan's mother, this is not about internet drama. This is about her son. She wants to know what happened in the final hours of his life. She wants to know why he was separated from the group. She wants to know why his Snapchat appeared wiped. She wants to know what happened with his phone. She wants to know what the boys last seen with him really know. And she wants the investigation to go beyond the simplest explanation. She and her husband appeared again for a press release.
Everyone for being here. This is not how I wanted the world to meet my son, but here we are. So as you know, I'm Christine Wells-Wansley. I am Nolan Wells's mom. And Nolan is the kindest soul. He never met a stranger. He loved everybody. He didn't care if you were black, white, purple, green, looked like a marshmallow. Like, he just wanted everyone to be in peace with one another. He loved life, and God gave him this big heart, which always scared us. Me and his dad had conversations with him all the time, not just about the importance of understanding our history as Black people, but also the importance of how you have to move in certain spaces. And it's not us feeding into racism, or unfortunately, that is just a matter of fact. There have been many cases, many instances that shows that it's unfortunately a pattern that he did not like. He did not like that there was so much division, and I think that's why God gave him us. He was really a peacemaker. He wanted, like I said, everyone to be included. He never wanted to leave anyone out. He just, even at a young age, I don't know, he was, how old was he? 18. No, not 18. So his father and I were having a moment, and as couples do, and even in that moment, he runs in the room with his diaper on, and he starts dancing, because it was like he could feel the tension. He could feel that something wasn't right. So he was just a special kid. Like, he was a special kid, but again, just heart was so big. And we're gonna miss him dearly. But we are grateful, especially to our friend Tashima, who actually was one of the people who helped us that night. She went and picked up his cell phone from where it was, and then provided that to us, because we of course contacted authorities to figure out who to do the report with, whether it was the county or the city, which then turned into DMR, who I contacted immediately from there. And but
So how you got the cell phone?
so our friend, actually, when I called her, Nolan is best friends with her two sons, Jalen and Javon. When I called her, I said, Tashima, have you seen Nolan? He's missing. No one has seen him. No one has talked to him. the boys were actually with her sons. So they opened up their Snapchat because a lot of the kids do have their locations where they're tracking one another. So one of the boys says, well, it's showing that I can't exactly remember what his location was showing, but my Live 360 location was showing something completely different. It was actually showing that his phone was like he was on land. And so we ended up, she received the phone from that parent, and then we met up where his car was, which was at a separate location. There were issues obtaining the key, but even so, there's just a lot of.
So tell them about what happened to the key.
So I'm gonna let my husband tell you about that because he actually went up to the door to get the key.
All right, before we listen to this part, right? So, okay, well maybe I should listen first because I got questions already about why they had to go get his key from somewhere else. Now we know why they got the phone from somewhere else, but let's hear about the key.
Because at that point, I was just not in my right mind. This has just been an awful situation, just terrible.
Elmore Wansley, father.
Okay, so the situation with the key. When we got to the house, a few of his friends, they were already there. And they were at the door in the house, asking questions. So when I walked up, they were getting, things were getting kind of tense. So I turned to them and told them, I need you guys to calm down. I don't do this to me right now. I need them to kind of trust me so they can give me something. So I was able to calm them down. So the guy, he's in one of the pictures, but he came out of the room, half asleep or whatever, I think Jack's or whatever. And I said, look, I'm Nolan's father. I'm here to get his keys so I can get his car. I said, he's like, his car was in New York. His car's parked in New York. So he was like, I don't know, man. I know he's not my brother. I said, well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go in your room and see if you can find my son's keys so I can take his car home? He walks off, 2 or 3 minutes, come back. I can't find the keys. I said, okay. So at that point, I get the boys and I get moved them out the house because I didn't want them to go into the house and start tearing up these people's houses because they'd never be a holding situation. So walk outside by the car. One of the guys that was in the house with us, he was on the phone with a girl, and the girl told him that Nolan's keys were on top of this Jack's guy's Xbox in the house because apparently she was there with him earlier. So he goes back up to the door by himself, and 5 minutes later, the keys come out. So now I feel like you lied to me. So now I'm really in distress with you. But as far as the night goes, if I knew anyone had a boat, I would have went out that night looking for my son. We tried, but I don't have friends with boats. But if I knew someone with one, I would have went out that night. And this so happened that his coach saw all the stuff on Facebook the next morning and contacted me at 5 in the morning, asked me, do we want to go out? And I told him yes. So within an hour, he was at the dock. We met him. We went out. We docked the boat, got out the boat, walked on the island, walked a pretty nice stretch, came back, got back on the boat, went around the island, came back around, and where we went to, that's where apparently they say that his body floated up. I don't know a lot about water currents or whatever, but I would think that we would have saw his body. Mm-hmm. And on the trip there was a family that stayed the night on the island, actually tented out on the island. So if he was left, he would have saw that family on the island, and it was 2 other boats docked, so he would have had help. So I don't know. I think we stayed there for an hour and a half. That's when Jackson County and the sheriff department showed up, and they were going to do their rounds. And I had a classmate of mine, he and his 2 boys, they came out and they searched, and then they got back in touch with me and said the Coast Guard had finally showed up in airplane. So
what is so critical, what Elmore is saying is they went out on Sunday, and the tide, if it brought his body up, he went missing on July 4th, as they say. His body should have been there on July 5th. Why would it not appear to July 6th? And that's one of those things that's just not adding up. And the fact that if he stayed behind on the island, there were boats there. There were people. Somebody had to see something. That's why it's not adding up. And that's what they're saying. It's just not adding up.
Yes. And if he was there 2 days, somebody on the island would be able to verify that. 2 days and nobody's come forward and say, no, he was with us, or no, we saw him. It just does not make sense. Make it make sense.
Just one last thing. We want her to talk about the cell phone deleted messages. I'm sorry. I thought my voice was loud enough. One last thing. We want to have Christine talk about the cell phone from her perspective before they tell you who Nolan was, and then we'll take your questions.
So when we made it home, my sister and I actually went through Nolan's cell phone, particularly Snapchat, because that is so popular with the children. And when we opened it up, there was nothing. There were no saved pictures. There were no snaps from that day. And we did open it before the 24-hour expiration. So we found that very concerning, only because anyone who's ever been around Nolan will tell you at social gatherings, he's taking videos, he's taking pictures, he's even come up to me when I'm getting ready to go to bed. Hey, Mom, come on, take a picture of me. You know, like he just, that was Nolan. So that's why we feel that things may have been deleted, was because of the fact that there was nothing in either one of his accounts. But I do want to say this. I would hope that any parent who, God forbid, would be in our situation, I would hope that you would do the same thing. I would hope that you would ask for any help, receive any help to get answers, because at the end of the day, that's all we want. We just want to know. We just want to know what happened and why our baby didn't come home. Like that's our biggest thing. And we are so grateful to everyone, family, friends, classmates, United Pigeon Navy, everybody that's assisted us. We appreciate you. There's not enough thank yous that we could say or give to you, but I just, we just want to know. We want an honest, thorough investigation. That's all we're asking for.
Nolan Xavier Wells was more than a missing person report. He was a young football player. He was a son who was close to his family. He was someone with a future. And now his family is left trying to understand how a holiday trip ended with his body being found on an island while the people last with him returned without him. The official investigation may say one thing right now, but Nolan's family is still asking for more. They want a deeper look. They want transparency. They want the truth. And until every contradiction is answered, until the phone questions are explained, until the people last seen with him are fully accounted for, and until his family feels the whole story has been told, the death of Nolan Wells will remain surrounded by questions. What do you as a person think happened to Nolan Xavier?
Okay, y'all, that's going to be it for today. I thank y'all so much for joining this live, for supporting this live, for being in here. Everybody who showed up, thank you for double tapping the screen, liking the live stream. We will do part 2 tomorrow. Where we will be coming with some more updates on this case as well as the Javea case. We'll be talking more about both of the cases. So until then, can y'all please continue to pray for Javea's family and also Nola's family, okay? With that being said, thank you, Natasha. Y'all have a blessed, beautiful rest of your day. Enjoy your friends, your family, love on your friends, your family, and just continue to pray, pray, pray. With that being said, I will see y'all for my True Sippers. I'm doing a live today, maybe, but it's going to be later on tonight. It's not going to be this afternoon because I now have to go and enjoy my family and celebrate my baby girl. So with that being said, thank you, Tanya. I will see y'all Tuesday. Let's say anything about it. No. So I'm guessing the results hadn't come in yet. All right. Until next time, Tanya. Thank y'all so much for supporting this live. I appreciate it. I'll see y'all. Ooh, my mouse want to act up. It don't even want to. Hold on, y'all, because I ain't going to be able to. Thank you, Keep It Cute. Hold on, y'all. I got some issues going on here, honey. Yeah, Natasha, if I come on, it'll be, I scheduled a live, but it's for like 9 o'clock. It's for like 9 o'clock because that's when I predict I may be back home, but I'm not even sure if that's the time. So if I don't, I have to reschedule that one for tomorrow too as well. But anyway, thank you, Tanya. I will. I'll see y'all later or either I see y'all back here tomorrow morning, all right? With that being said, y'all be safe. Thank you, Lanier. You too. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stressed. And until next time, y'all continue to pray, okay? Keep it cute. We praying for you, sweetie. And everybody else. I love y'all. All right. Until next time, Two Seekers stand up and we out.